to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, save our gracious Queen, long live our noble Queen, God save the Queen. Send her victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us, God save the Queen.
Welcome to Staten Island. And it's been 10 years since the last time we had a district conference here on the island. And if you missed that conference, it was 20 years before that. So having a conference on Staten Island is few and far between. And I want to thank Governor Chris for this gift. We really appreciate it. I have a little fun fact on Staten Island. You know, Game of Thrones is a hot topic these days. The shows are out. It's the last season. What you might not know is that George R.R. Martin, the author of Game of Thrones, he grew up right across the water in Bayonne, and he used to look at Staten Island from his home, and he always wondered what it was like over here. He eventually ended up designing Westeros in the shape of Staten Island in the book, so you have a little trivia for you there when it comes to Staten Island.
President's Representative Ravi, Governor Chris, past and incoming governors, Rotarians, friends, and guests, it is indeed a privilege for me to be here with you today. How many of you know what a Rotary Zone is? Raise your hand. How many of you don't know what a Rotary Zone is? Raise your hand. Yeah, I didn't know until last week either. So Rotary clubs are assembled into districts. Rotary districts, for administrative purposes, are assembled into zones. Rotary zones, there's a written test and no one's taking notes. Rotary zones are paired together. So we're in Rotary Zone 32. We are paired with Rotary Zone 24. And so the area that I represent, well, I represent the world of Rotary, but the area I was selected from is Alaska, Canada, the French Islands off of Canada, the New England states, the Mid-Atlantic states, and Bermuda. That's zones 24 and 32. We are the broadest paired zones in the Rotary world. And now, this year, we're about to add the state of Michigan and the state of New York. So we're going to grow by 25%. So it's good to be here because I get to speak. It's a privilege for me as part of my assignment as director to speak across North America and around the globe. But it's always a special pleasure for me to be right in my backyard at Zones 32. So I bring you greetings from the President and from the Board of Directors. One of the greatest pleasures when I get out into zones is to be able to talk with and especially to listen to Rotarians from around the Rotary world. And that's where we can learn the most about things that we have to deal with at the board level. I wanted to share some thoughts with you today, and then hopefully we'll have some time for maybe a few questions and answers if you have some. They allotted me 4 hours, and so they're going to serve lunch while I'm talking. That was just to see if you were paying attention. First, I wanted to thank you for all that you've done this year. As Rotarians and Rotaractors, whatever your assignment is in this district, thank you for all that you've done this year, in the year of Be the Inspiration. As we head toward our next Rotary year of Rotary Connects the World with our incoming president, Mark Maloney. And Chris, thank you for your commitment. Can you give Chris a hand for me? Chris, come on up here for a minute. Being a governor is a privilege, it's an honor, it's not always a pleasure. I mean, there are always things that happen in every governor's year, but we want to thank you, and I have a parting gift for you. Hold on. This is, as you know, Barry Rasson's theme tie. This particular one is signed by the president, and I just wanted to give you this on behalf of the president and the board of directors to thank you for your commitment this year. Thank you very much. Those ties, by the way, when they're signed by the president, you could probably sell that on eBay for $10,000 this afternoon. Maybe not quite that much. Pretty soon, I'm sure you might not be counting the days, June 30th, midnight, we will welcome you into the fraternity and sorority of past district governors. It's one of the things that governors like most about the job, being a past district governor. So we look forward to welcoming you into that fraternity and sorority on June 30th. My admonition to each of you is that you bring this year home strong. This is that interesting part of a Rotary year when the current administration is finishing their year and the new administration is ramping up for their year. We're getting ready for a new theme, but the Rotary year is not over yet. And there's a lot of work yet to do until we get to June 30th, here in your Rotary district and around the Rotary world. So I encourage you to bring this year home strong. Don't kind of slide into June 30th. Run right over the base, to use a sports metaphor, and bring this year home strong. So what do you think the biggest challenge is here in this district and in North America for Rotary International? What do you think the biggest challenge is? Membership. Is there anyone that didn't say membership? Could you please stand up? Why is membership such a challenge? Because we've been on a treadmill for over a decade. Because we've been at 1.2 million members for far too long. And while there are areas of the Rotary world where membership is increasing, that would not be North America. And up until this year, that would not be your district. And you have had some small increases this year in membership. Congratulations. But it's not enough to get us off of this treadmill that we've been on in North America and in zones 24-32. Last year, we set a record. We brought in 150,000 new members to Rotary. Last year, we set another record. We lost 159,000 members from Rotary. That is not sustainable, my friends. We need to figure out how to get off of this treadmill. The fact is that in North America, many of our clubs are not healthy. Maybe one of those is yours. The fact is that many of our districts aren't healthy, and we need to figure that out. How many of you own a house? Raise your hand. A house, a townhome, a condo? Just about everybody. So you'll leave here today or tomorrow. You'll drive back to your home. You'll pull into the driveway. The landscaping might be a little tired. It's been tired for a couple of years. You keep meaning to do something about it. The shrubs need to be trimmed. There's that one that's dead over there. It's been dead for 3 years. And then you walk in the front door. The carpet is worn, but it's comfortable to you. It was on your list to change it out. How many of you still have orange shag carpet? Raise your hand. But the fact is that that worn carpet, that tired landscaping, is comfortable to you, you're used to it. It's almost invisible to you anymore. And you walk into the kitchen, your kitchen was brand new when the house was built, 1952. And your bathroom still has that pink tile in it. And you've been meaning to upgrade it, and it's on your list, but the inertia to overcome that is hard. That house is your Rotary Club. Your Rotary Club is comfortable to you. You don't notice that it's tired. You don't notice that the culture of your club may not be welcoming to a prospective buyer. In your house, with all of those issues, when do you change all those things? When you're ready to sell it. And you live with all those things, and they're invisible to you, and they're comfortable to you. You're used to them until you decide to market your house for sale. And some hotshot realtor comes in and you spend $20,000 and you put in new carpet, you paint the walls, you put in a new kitchen, or at least you refurbish it, because you're getting it ready for a prospective buyer. Because if you hadn't done that, a prospective buyer would walk into the front door of your house, take a quick look, and turn around and walk out. You need to position your Rotary Club to sell. You need to position your Rotary Club for prospective buyers. You need to stop being comfortable with what is welcoming to you and imagine what would be comfortable to someone who wants to buy your product. The fact that we brought in 150,000 new people and walked them out the side door tells us that we're not delivering on the value proposition that we're offering. Who can change that? Who can change that? You're the only ones that can change that. Evanston can't change that. Rotary International can't change that. There's a value proposition that we say we deliver. Professional development, personal development, service opportunities, fellowship opportunities, and on and on. And in many cases, if not most cases in North America, we are selling a Mercedes-Benz and we are delivering a 1950 Chevrolet with the back door open. And we slide a new member into the back seat and they slide right across out the door. Who can solve that problem? You can. Get your club positioned to sell. Figure out what that means for your club. If that telephone call's for me, could you please take a message? You know, I was at an event once and I said, if your cell phone rings while I'm speaking, it's a $100 fine to the Rotary Foundation. Yeah, so several of my friends in the audience called my phone and I had not put it on stun. Yeah, it cost me $500 that day. Have consumer trends changed in North America over the past 20 years? Consumer trends, have they changed? The largest hotel chain in America doesn't own a hotel, Airbnb. The largest cab company in North America doesn't own a taxi, Uber. Do you know what the place was that sold the most new cars last year in North America? They don't even own a dealership. They sold 559,000 new vehicles. Do you know who that was? Costco. Have consumer trends changed in North America? Dramatically. Ask Sears about Amazon. So if those consumer trends have changed so dramatically, what makes you think that we're immune to that? What makes you think that the product that we offer can stay the product we've always offered? It can't. So your traditional Rotary Club, which meets for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, and it's been our foundation for the past 114 years, will not allow us to be relevant going forward for the next several decades. New models of engagement. We can no longer offer one size fits all because we know that it doesn't. And people are telling us that loud and clear. Satellite clubs, corporate clubs, cause-based clubs. E-clubs, new models of engagement, because one size doesn't fit all. And what I'm tired of hearing is, well, we brought in 5 members to our club last year, we're doing our part. No, you're not. Because I'm going to tell you that in this district, you could probably start 20 new clubs in the next 2 years. Somebody just had a heart attack, probably the incoming governor. There are places in your community for new clubs that offer a model of engagement that you don't currently offer. And for all of you that say, well, we can't have a new club in our community because it's going to cannibalize our membership, stop that nonsense. There are people out there who are like-minded to you and us, who want to be a part of us, and we're not offering them a shoe size that fits their foot. But we've got those shoe sizes now. So what you need to figure out is where in this district, where in your communities, can you offer new models of engagement to allow people to be a part of us? We can no longer say, well, we're Rotary. We've been around for 114 years. We'll be around forever. How many of you have bought ever in your life a yellow box of Kodak film? Raise your hand. How many of you bought one last week? Kodak forgot the business that they were in. They thought they were in the film business. They forgot that they were in the memories business. And somebody figured out a way to give you those memories. Kodak forgot the business they were in. How many of you ever rented a video from Blockbuster Video? Raise your hand. How many of you rented one last week? How many of you still have that thing on your keychain? In 2000, the year 2000, Blockbuster had the option to buy Netflix for $50 million. They decided they would rather compete with Netflix. We are at the same pivot point that Kodak was at. We are at the same pivot point that Blockbuster was at. And if we do not react, if you do not react, we will not be relevant in North America in the decades to come. It's a choice. It's your choice. New ways for like-minded people of all ages to connect and engage with us who don't fit our traditional club model. Honor our past. Retool for our future. Smaller rear view mirror. Larger windshield. Stop looking back. Look forward. Stop saying, well, we did and we could have and we should. Stop it. Start now. Start today. And move your district and move our organization forward for the next decades. I'd like 5 years from now for it to be 3 million members of Rotary. If I have to listen to 1.2 million members for much longer, I'm going to stick a hot fork in my eye. You're the only people who can help us with that. Retool for our future. Where's our 2 Rotaractors from the UN? Yeah, come on up here. Come on up here. There's two. Where's the other one? Hello. Come on up here.
There's actually 2 clubs here.
Well, it doesn't matter. Rotaractors, just stand right here for me. Wow. Wow. We're going to need a bigger boat. Wow. Yeah. So, in case you were confused, this is your future. This is your future. You know that at the Council on Legislation last week, we elevated Rotaract. Rotaract clubs are now members of Rotary International, just like your Rotary Club. Hi. Well, just take right over. Go ahead. No. Hi. How are you? Oh, this is going to get awkward because I only brought. So where's my 2 UN? Are there 2 people here from the UN?
There's 6 people.
6. Oh, I'm going to run out of stuff. Is there an officer or a president? Okay, and you're Crystal. Hi, I'm Jeffrey. We met before.
Yes.
So here's what I've got for you. Now, what you're going to have to do is figure out a way to share this. Maybe you can rotate it. Like you wear it 1 month. This is a themed scarf signed by the president, Barry Rassin. And because we honor you, because we respect you, because we appreciate you, on behalf of the Board of Directors, here's a signed theme scarf. And so you can all figure out, maybe you wear it January, you wear it February. But if you contact me, like I have more of those.
Great, I've got
So-
your card.
You have my card already? So email me and I'll ship you more of those, okay?
Thank you.
But here's the deal.
You're decreasing the value of my scarf.
It's not fun. We can all share. We can all have a slice.
Yeah, maybe you can cut it up and make pocket squares out of it. I don't know. You guys will figure it out. You're smart. Let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you first. How long have you been in Rotaract?
5 years.
Have you benefited from your experience in Rotaract and how?
Yes. Friendship as well as service. And leadership is the largest one because being the president, being around like-minded people, they've supported me in my leadership and have helped me to grow.
How large is your club?
20 members.
And by the way, did you hear what she said? Leadership, fellowship, those are the same value propositions that you're supposed to offer in your club, and she's getting that from Rotaract. And too often in the past, we've had all of these wonderful Rotaractors, and you can take that to Rilarians, you can take it to Youth Exchange, you can take it to any one of our youth programs, and we give them a life-changing experience. And then we send them off into the universe. We can't do that anymore. We're not going to do that anymore. We need you to partner with us for the rest of your lives, not just for 4 years while you're in college or 3 years while you're in Rotaract. We need you. The world needs you. We honor you. And we will not forget about you any longer. Deal? Deal. All right. Hi. Jennifer. What's the biggest surprise? How long have you been in Rotaract?
I've been a member for 2.5 years. Yeah.
Okay. What brought you to Rotaract? What attracted you to Rotaract?
My mom was a Rotarian, so I did a lot of service with Rotary growing up. And then when I met people at the club, I was impressed by how passionate they were and how friendly they were. New York is a tough place sometimes to meet people, and everyone here was so inclusive and so passionate.
So it's been a benefit to you to be a Rotaract.
Yeah, it's been great.
All right. And yours is a community-based club. It's not university. It's a community-based club. But you're going to age out at some point. You're going to age out of Rotaract. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It happens to all of us. Some people in this room, look around this room, they can't hear us right now. This is just some people in this room have already aged out of Rotary and they just don't know it. I mean, look around this room. Do you see that? Do you see the difference of how you look and how they look?
No, we're all the same.
Yeah. Interesting belief.
You guys are great.
Yeah. Ooh. We should have a paramedic in this room is what we should have. All right, Miller, how are you? I'm Jeffrey. How long have you been in Rotaract?
4 years.
What's the biggest benefit to you of Rotaract?
Inspiration.
Inspiration. I didn't even coach these kids. Much. At all. The fact is, too often in our past, they have been in a silo. We have kept them out here somewhere. If you are not, as a Rotary Club, connected with your Rotaract Club, shame on you and stop that nonsense. Put these folks on your committees.
Seriously, this is what we need, guys.
Yeah, hold on, I have to brush my hair. Okay, good.
Crowded.
Put these folks on your committees. If you're planning a fundraiser, make them a part of it. If you're planning a service project, make them a part of it. Put them on your committees. I was somewhere in, I don't remember where, and somebody raised their hand and said, "We don't know where to find young people." I know. They stood up and they had a question and they said, "We don't know where to find young people, and we don't know what they want or need." And I said to the person, "Who are you asking?" And they were asking people in their club. And I said, "Have you ever thought about asking young people what they want and need?"
Yes.
It hadn't dawned on them. These folks can tell you why your Rotary Club isn't attractive to them.
Yes.
These folks can tell you what you need to do to your club to position it for sale.
Well, how we can join too.
Meet with them. They're really friendly people. Well, for the most part. All right, how much time do I have left? 2 minutes? This is your future. We don't have to worry about young people who don't share our core values. We don't have to worry about young people who don't know who we are. These folks are part of you. We just elevated them at the Council on Legislation. They are no longer just a program of Rotary, they are your partners in service. So start treating time.
I would like to correct that. We are the present of Rotary now.
The present of Rotary. Thank you for the correction. They are the present of Rotary, and looking around this room, they're also the future. Just to be fair. All right. Here's the deal. In order for Rotary to stay relevant in North America, we need to pivot. We need to change. We need to grow Rotary. You're going to hear a whole lot more from Maboot about that next year. That's the new president's theme next year, to grow, or program next year, to grow Rotary. Why? Because as you sit here today, right now, here in this community and around the world, there are millions and millions of children and families for whom you may be their last avenue of help. You may be their last hope. They are depending upon you. That's the why. The world needs us now more than ever. We need more hands on deck. The only people that can solve that are the people in this room. Not the Rotarian sitting next to you, not the Rotarian sitting across from you. You. You need to help us to stay relevant for the next decades in North America. We need your help. They need your help. They're your partners in service. We appreciate you. We honor you. We're sorry that we haven't treated you well in the past. That's the rearview mirror. Larger windshield. Last thing. Do I have 1 minute? No, I'm gone. Whatever. I'm going back to Philadelphia. You're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Toastmasters. Do you know about Toastmasters?
Yes.
So, the Board of Directors, we are finalizing a memorandum of understanding with Toastmasters International. We're going to co-brand a product with them for communication and leadership development. It's going to be modular and it's going to be online. And we're going to roll it out first to Rotaractors. Yay! And we're going to let them tweak it for us, and then we're going to roll it out to all. Because one of the value propositions that people want most from us is leadership development, no matter what age they are. And so we're going to start offering you an online module for communication and leadership development coming soon to a theater near you. Can you give them one more hand? Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, it's an honor and a privilege for me to be your director. It's an honor and a privilege to serve on the board of directors of Rotary International. And I will guarantee you that this board and the next board, what they want to be is transformational. And some of the things that we're now doing at the board level, and you'll start to see evidence of them in the years to come, from Evanston, we are committed to helping this organization to change, to be innovative, to be more nimble, with transformational decisions that will help us to be relevant in the world for the decades to come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jeff. You've always been an inspiration. You've never let me down every single time I've heard you, and today was no exception. So let's have a big hand for our RI director, Jeff Carrot, please. You pointed out we had our primary priority today was membership. So I'm going to share with you some of the accomplishments that we have done this year. We've been able to achieve this year. Thanks to a lot of you who will be here, but I will not name right now because it's going to take forever. But you can come in the evening to see who are the people who contributed to this success. I stand on their shoulders. Let me begin by pointing out some of the major successes we had. This year, we have been having a steady, consistent decline of membership for about over 15 years. Every single year, we've been steadily losing members. Last year, we lost about 8% of our net membership. This year, looks like we have turned the corner. Instead of a loss this year, we have a gain of 5.7% as of March 31. And we have 2 more months left. And we have the highest growth rate in the zone. Is that an achievement? I'm going to ask you a few questions. Every time I ask a question, your answer is going to be wow. Okay? Is that something worth being proud of or what? Wow. Thank you. We chartered 5 new Interact clubs this year. 3 of them in Bermuda. And I think at least some of them are here. Kathy? Greg? Would you please stand up? The Bermuda delegation. They did a phenomenal job. And the most important part of this is that the 5 Bermuda Interact clubs were not just started and left to fend for themselves. When they were started with the full support system in place. They had very excited faculty advisors, and they had the full panoply of backup. And they inaugurated, all of them were chartered within 1 week. And for the charter ceremony, we had over 100 people attending that. Now, is that good or what? Wow. Thank you. We started the first new Rotary Club in the district since 2010. Is that good or what? Wow. Thank you. We held a Ryla camp in New York for the first time since 2015. Thank you, as David. Nitin, please. Okay. By the way, my mistake, apology, I forgot to mention the people responsible for starting the Rotary Club. Abid, Taylor, would you please stand up? Okay, anyway, looks like they took a break. The people responsible for starting the Rotary Club. Firstly, incoming First Lady, Beena Ahmed. Where's Beena? Please. Now, membership leads. I deliberately chose this towards the end because these things didn't happen in a vacuum. They were carefully thought out and worked. Not just by me, and I don't claim credit for this. I don't claim any monopoly of wisdom or any monopoly of improving our situation in the district. It is the teamwork. It's a bunch of people, some of whom you have seen here, that put this together. For membership has been the focus of my talk to every single Rotary Club that I went. We have tried to incorporate lessons from consumer marketing research and educated a lot of Rotarians about the concept of horizontal segmentation, about targeting our audience, and how to market, how to gain membership. Secondly, probably the most important thing is membership leads and how we follow up from there. Marty Schulman has been a Rotarian for about 30 years. Am I right, Marty? 36. There you go. He has never, ever been involved in the district affairs. I had a recommendation. I met with Marty, spoke to him, and found the perfect man for the job. Now, he's brought a level of commitment and a sense of purpose to the district membership chair responsibilities that I haven't seen in a long time. Marty has been ready, willing, able, and available for every single club. He's been visiting clubs, helping clubs think through and work on their membership programs. So we have a very focused approach. And I am sure Marty is here he's made a commitment for 3 years. Marty is going to be here to help the DGE, the DGN. Mary? She's out there. As usual, oh, there she is. As usual, Mary is doing the background work all over the place. The entire conference rests on you. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big hand to Mary. Now, the last point I want to mention is this, and I think this is literally unparalleled. How many of you are familiar with membership leads? when people write, people look up the website or they hear about Rotary from somewhere or the other, they fill up a form online and send it to Rotary International. All this is gathered by Evanston, Illinois staff, and then it is parceled out to the relevant Rotary Club, wherever that is. And I get an email, and the district membership chair gets an email, membership leads. Those membership leads in our districts were largely ignored. In the beginning of this year, when I looked, there were membership leads that had not been followed since February of 2017. No more. I believe today we are the only district in the entire zone and probably everywhere, correct me if I'm wrong, we follow membership leads within 24 hours, thanks to Marty. Is that good or what? Okay, now with that, let me invite Marty to take over. Marty's going to talk about inspired membership.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope all of you had a chance to see the sunshine after a day of rain. The best part of sunshine is the blue light. When it hits your retina, you wake up. You really do get a jolt. I'm very happy to share a moment and to take a moment to share my thoughts and ideas among my friends. Count me as one of your friends. The Oxford English Dictionary says that a friend is a person with whom you share a bond of mutual affection, not a follower, but one who walks alongside you. Not a contact on your list, but an ally. Here's what I know, and here's what I predict. Within 3 years, you can have twice as many friends as you count today. Twice as many walking beside you as allies in Rotary. Now, traditional mathematics may not support this claim. Double your friends in 3 years, but maybe. But we'll get back to that in a minute. Let me ask you if you've looked around the room. So many of us have been to so many of the same conferences. You know, we look around the room, we do that. You know, we look around for familiar faces. We have them in our memory. But here in 2019, we're changing the faces in this crowd. Director Schiadaresis just explained some of those changes to you. Our Rotaractors up here showed you the faces that are new to the crowd. The district, some of you may have heard the terms white male and stale. No more of that. That's in the past. You people are the brightest, the sharpest, and the most cognizant people in Rotary. You are all somebody's good friend. You all meet in groups, in circles, in squares, in ellipses, in shapes of all types, and all among the brightest and the best. You're all important leaders. We have international presidents here, club membership chairs, presidents, president-elects, governors, area governors, zone representatives. Some of you are new at this. Some of us have had the pleasure of doing it over, better again, with new challenges. We're all self-determining, smart, energized, and facing the proverbial 800-pound gorilla in the room. That is the challenge of healthy membership, which occupies our planning, our action space at all of our clubs. So how am I going to take the next 15 minutes and follow up on my prediction about your friendship doubling? Here are a couple of spicy facts you might want to consider. I've had great fun meeting many of you since December when I took over this job as district chair. And so far this weekend I've been surrounded by the DGN and DGNE. I think they want to make sure I don't escape. My wife Lois and I are parents of 5 children, all of whom are millennials. And like most of us, we've learned so much from this experience. Our kids have built strong character traits with many values, many ethics and beliefs that they learned because Rotary was a part of their lives through us. We trust that with good health and good intent, they'll succeed in life. Our millennial generation is soon holding the greatest wealth ever on the planet, and that's a true fact. Consider that. The millennials are now poised to lead our clubs in this district. Metro New York City, Portchester, Rybrook, Wall Street E-Club, they'll have young leadership in 2019. And this should be the goal of every club for directors and officers. First thing I'd like to show you on the slides is a is an exercise in cognitive thinking. Take a look at the slide. This solution illustrates how many people see the box only as a container for the thumbtacks, okay? And removing the tacks, pitting the box to the wall, it's an early example of thinking outside the box. Those of you who are wrestling with membership as a problem with your club, you need to think outside the box. You need to change the way things have been done in the past, and we need to be strong and proactive, and we need to be watchful in watching our memberships grow. Here's the first of the 3 clues about reaching that goal of doubling your friends. Take an average club, say 25 members. Set a goal, add 4 members net in this year. Succeed at that goal, and the next year add 15% more, and the year after, and the year after. You see how it starts to double. Rotary International's Council on Legislation meets every 3 years, and among the changes and assumptions of 2013, way back in the, for the Rotaractors before you guys were born, among those assumptions are, I believe, that the current model of membership would sustain through the future. That assumption was false. And another assumption was that the rewards of service would be fulfilling enough to sustain membership. The actual numbers, as Jeffrey said, in North America don't support that. Membership has gone down. But our concern is District 7230. Anyhow, there's a new operating system, a new OS at Rotary, and it's updated, just like all your iPhones might have done this morning. Only Rotary took a little bit more time to figure that out. We're talking about an operating system that doesn't work the way the 20th century management concepts worked. Years ago, you had carrots and sticks. You had a narrow focus. You rewarded or you threatened. Nowadays, we're trying to motivate people through intrinsic motivation. Why is that pertinent to Rotary? Because there's no reward. It comes from in here. You're here for the same reasons, the same 4 reasons that we're all here for. We're motivated to be good Rotarians for our personal growth, our career growth, and to make a difference in other people's lives, and our friendship and fellowship. This is the 21st century, and our approach has taken us in the 20th century into a slow bog. I won't reiterate the negatives. 1.2 million members 15 years ago, 1.2 million members today. Not good. But look at the 21st century. Look who's succeeding with this new operating system. The pillars and the most successful models in the 21st century going forward, they've dropped incentives. They've grasped autonomous thinking as a way to achieve great wins. Pillars such as Google, Amazon, Wikipedia, Snapchat, Tableau software, among others. They're encouraging and they're motivating success from within each contributor through autonomy. They tell them, talk about what matters to you. Work on those issues along with shared tasks. It's engaging and it's enormously productive. It's the root of successful engagement. Look to your left, look to your right. This is who we are. Everyone knows that person or these people. After all, we choose our friends. Autonomy is the urge to manage ourselves in club projects and Rotary endeavors. You need to embrace it as a system to operate your club structure, your areas as area governors, and your district as governor of the district. We need to be autonomous, self-directed, and creative at our leadership level, and then engaging throughout the club membership as well. Changes come to Rotary, welcome it. Secondly, we need to practice mastery. We need to feed this innate desire, to get better and better at something that matters to us. Understanding human motivation, and better yet, in Rotary, it's about intrinsic motivation without incentives. That's how each of us became successful in our careers. It isn't all rewards and fears, carrots and sticks. Our successes came from a commitment within, and that's how we must connect the dots to grow our membership. Master the skills of new membership at your clubs and in your areas. They're working. My club, Bronxville, of 46 members, will have added 6 new members by June 30th, and we're working on adding a satellite club, projecting 8 to 25 new members within 12 months. Make your clubs compelling. You go before a venture capitalist, you're going for money. as a developer, an entrepreneur, and you're competing against thousands of other entrepreneurs. What do you need to do? You need to make your idea compelling. As Rotarians, when people see your club as a visitor, as a guest, they have to see that your club is compelling. There's a lot of that in that picture. There's a lot of tasks ahead of you. Know that we're here at the district level to help you on that. The third and the final clue is to use technology. Here's another fact to think about. 1 out of 4 people, new members, and that's district-wide, zone-wide, and nationwide, come to Rotary through the internet. Now, 2/3 or 62% of the members come from personal contact. We call it the ask. Yet today, when we engage a prospective member in a conversation getting started, it's somewhere in the conversation, first, second, third sentence, they're going to ask you, where do I look it up? What do I Google? How do I find out more? What website do I go to? It doesn't matter whether they're old or young, and our demographic of 55 and older represents a very big part of the future that the millennials will have to deal with. But we need to have a grasp of the internet. The other 13% come to club membership as alumni of experiences such as RILA, Rotaract Youth Exchange, scholarships, and the wonderful outreach programs we've all been part of. How many more would be starting that conversation with us if they only knew we existed? Are you starting these conversations early enough? Often enough? How do we connect with these people? Do you have a social media presence? Are your leaders responding to these internet new leads that we are sending them? Are we still learning? Do you know that myrotary.org offers a world of learning to you online that you can enter and leave at your leisure? Practice mastery at your club level. And finally, Mabu, the third cog in the operating system of new Rotary business and membership is purpose. It's best described as a yearning to continue the prime directive of Rotary, service above self. Without a doubt, it's worthy, and it's as strong today as ever. Making the need for the future of Rotary our prime objective. Look for new friends that share the purpose. Your club is worthy to them. With respect to the health of your Rotary Club, I believe you shall embrace and overcome any reticence, any shyness, any fears of failure to step up and grow your clubs. I have that belief. For you inspire me. Friends inspire friends. We do that. I've learned that RI since 2013 turned around, began to face the issue of static membership. Each of you faces multifaceted challenges to run your clubs, your areas, your district, the protocol, to keep your programs fresh and interesting, find and execute worthwhile projects, make social fellowship a real priority, and at the same time, engage, attract, and retain membership to stay healthy. Each of our clubs needs to have a club membership committee. This is a small group of your members. These people are going to work together and with me in the coming years to explore the challenges that your club must address, to fix it, to get it moving forward and upward with new friends that we know or friends that we have yet to meet. These are the right people for Rotary. Be autonomous, deserve the worthiness from your new members, master the skills. Let's share the joy of purpose, being healthy clubs that help others through Rotary. And to wrap it up, please let me invite you all to contact me through the district email. I will be happy to visit your clubs. We have the tools, we have the toolbox, and thank you today. Please keep Rotary in your hearts as ever before.
How many of you guys have done a meal packaging program with outreach? Yes. I didn't learn about this project through our own research. It was one that was done in the district. Probably my first year as a Rotarian, I thought it was a really great project. It brought so many different types of people together, and one that we felt like we could replicate in Harlem and bring opportunity, food, and resources to our community. So the first year we went to do it, it was right after our gala. We had just raised quite a bit of money and didn't know what to do with that money, and we thought nothing better than trying to feed people. And so we reached out. We have a club membership of about 20 strong. Now it's about maybe 25, 30 strong. And we weren't really sure how we were going to get enough volunteers to help package all the meals that we could purchase. And at that time, we had put aside enough money to package 15,000+ meals and needed probably about 120 or so volunteers. So for a club of 20 people, that's a pretty tall order. We put the word out through our social media, through some of the different resources and networks that we have, and we ended up getting about 180 volunteers in the course of over just a couple weeks. The response was a little bit overwhelming as we saw the numbers start to tick up. And so that first year we packaged 17,000 meals, 15,000 of which stayed in Harlem, and 2,000 of which we sent to Puerto Rico and some of the other islands that had been devastated by hurricanes during that time. This last year we did another project with the outreach program that packaged 25,488 meals. And that one was supported by a lot of community sponsorship. We had our elected officials that came out. We had some media. We got on the front page of our local paper. And that collaboration and bringing together coalitions is what our club is focused on now. We're trying to figure out ways that we can bring community support. And to have over 200 volunteers register to help us out in November for a food packaging event, again, for a really small club, to me is probably the coolest thing to be able to happen through Rotary, is that we bring organizations together. We had Girl Scouts there, girls as young as 2 and 3 years old. We had local organizations, community service organizations, elected officials. We had students from middle school organizations, and if we had our Interact Club started then, we would have had them out too. So what I recommend is that you guys find a project that speaks to you, that speaks to the needs in your community. Unfortunately, Harlem has a food scarcity and depravity concern, so that's one that really resonates with our community, and I think that's part of what draws out such a good support. But I really recommend that you guys find a project that speaks to your community and that you can start to bring people together around a common cause, because that's really the goal of Rotary, and it's probably my favorite thing that Rotary is able to do, which is bring people together. So I thank you guys, and I look forward to any questions that you have or anything Mary wants me to do. Thank you.
We were able to get an international grant, and it's for a basketball court. And Korea is our partner, and along with Yonkers. And in addition to building the court in an area that's a deprived area, we also do an anti-bullying component, which makes it more sustainable. And I don't know what else to say. We're very excited about it, though. It's up and running, and we're working on getting another one also, but which is not part of the international grant.
I belong to the Rivertowns Rotary Club. We are the fastest growing and most diverse club in the district. Wow! We are Dobbs Ferry, Ardsley, Irvington, and Hastings. We are along the route of the Headless Horseman, the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. So, we are also one of the richest counties in the country. But one thing we need to know is that we also have food insecurity. So, Halloween is part of our culture in the Rivertowns. So, one thing is, as a kid, my favorite holiday was Halloween. Why? Because I like to trick-or-treat. So what's better than trick-or-treating? 2 days of trick-or-treating. So what we did was we teamed up with the Interact Club of St. Christopher's, that is sponsored by the Briarcliff Rotary Club. Wow. So this is a dual club project. Mr. Stanley Thompson, the Interact advisor and Briarcliff member, he helped us organize the students of St. Christopher's, and this was a student-led project. Gave them the idea, I gave them the palette, and I said, hey, let's figure out how we're going to do this. Let's set a goal of how many canned food items we are going to raise to support our local food pantry. They came up with a number of 300, and what we did was we, along with the kids, our 2 Rotary clubs, we picked out 2 neighborhoods in Dobbs Ferry. We flyered a week before all the houses in those neighborhoods and said, we are coming on the day before Halloween in costume. We're going to ring your doorbell. We're going to ask for canned foods to support our food pantry. Here was the problem. Our Interact Club of St. Christopher's is a residential home for many of our kids. They didn't have enough money for costumes. So we actually asked The Volunteer Club of Irvington, those kids over there, they did a costume drive to raise, to bring costumes for our children of St. Christopher's.
Yes.
So there was another project there. We, the day, October 30th, we raised 306 cans in 1 hour with a total of 6 kids and a handful of Rotarians. Now, this didn't take that much planning, and it didn't take that much money. It cost us $32 to do this. $32 in printing fees. Wow. So, this was fun, this was easy, this got Greg Neff excited. He wants to do another trick-or-treat can food truck. But Halloween only comes once a year. But in addition to what we did, what I would like to do is maybe we can make this a district project. It wasn't that hard. And there is food insecurity. And I would love to meet and talk with you all if you want to do this with your youth, with your Interact clubs, with your Rotaract club, because the youth are our present. Who said that? There we go. And so let's utilize our youth. Thank you.
So I'm here representing the Rotary Club of the Bronx and to speak of our Food to Grow program. It's a large initiative. Can you imagine leaving school on Friday knowing you will not get another meal until school comes and you get the school breakfast on Monday morning? Unfortunately, there are so many children like this in our communities, and here in Westchester, we're in the Bronx, so there's a lot of unfortunate children that suffer hunger there. But throughout the area, this program came place after Sal Ferranga, one of our members, had started the program in Portchester. Portchester feeds over 200 children every week. They get the food. Like us, we have donations from members. We also reach out to the community. We're fortunate in the Bronx to be next to the Hunts Point Market. So coming this year forward, the Hunts Point Market committed to giving us food to keep this project sustainable. In the meantime, we get food from our donations from our members. We have members that go and shop. We go to Costco, Sam's Club. Even you'd be surprised, your local supermarkets do donate food. So the more outreach you have to the community, the more aware people are, and clearly they volunteer. So we've been very successful. Our club partnered with the Easter Seals School of the Bronx, and with them we feed 15 children. And these children stay anonymous, so they're not identified in the school. No one knows other than a guidance counselor. They come in at the end of the day, at the end of the week, they pick up their food, which our club helps pack, and they take it home. And we've worked with the school dietitian to help us purchase enough food and balanced food so that they can help their families eat. So we've been very fortunate to get the help from our community, and we're looking forward to keeping this project going. Thank you.
Thank you to District, to having the Bermuda Rotarians up here. It's always a pleasure to be involved in District conferences, and thanks to the Team Bermuda coming up. We've got a good show out. So the president of Hamilton Club, Dr. Raphael Latubi, was unable to attend this weekend because he's on call. So he wanted to talk about his Healthy Bermuda project, which is one of many Bermuda-based projects that Bermuda is running right now. Who has not been to Bermuda? Oh, quite a few of you. Just to give you a quick sort of snapshot. So Bermuda is a very small place. 60,000 people, 22 square miles. We've got 4 Rotary clubs. We've been active in Rotary for 95 years. Hamilton Club celebrated their 95th anniversary just last month. We've got 3 Interact clubs, as we've heard, hopefully number 4 coming shortly. We're trying to resurrect a Rotaract club. So I think it's fair to say we've been people of action before we came up with the hashtag people of action. How we've been doing that is through domestic projects and also international projects. And on the domestic side, we've had things from IT projects, where we've been doing an IT quiz in schools. We've got a children's fair through the Pembroke Club, which raises $100,000 every year. And their secret to that success is actually they get the students in the public school system to sell the tickets. And then those schools actually get a large chunk of that revenue. So it's very, very successful. They've got it down, and that's a model that we're happy to share with other clubs in the district. There's also been a 5K run walk for this Healthy Bermuda project that Dr. Latsubi will talk about at future district events. But also outside of Bermuda, we've done a lot of work in Africa. And I just quickly wanted to tell you about a few of those. The current project right now is the Matuba Literacy Project in Uganda. We've also done a Stand with Congo project where we raised $500,000 3 years ago to raise awareness of the minerals conflict that's going on in the Congo. We've also got a very cool project that we're hopefully going to show you a video in a second. For those of you who have not been to Bermuda, we collect our drinking water from our roofs. And essentially, this is something that struck a chord with this lady that came to Bermuda a couple of years ago. And we're just going to run this, and it's kind of self-explanatory.
They got very excited about finding a project to support, so I contacted Dominic, the director of CASA, and asked him what was the greatest need on the priority list. He immediately said that a water harvesting project would be the biggest thing that the school would need. It was an interesting fit because in Bermuda everyone is very, very conscious about water. Every single house has guttering which catches all of the water on the roof, and all of that goes into a tank underneath the house, and that's their water supply. So the people of Bermuda living on an island in the middle of the Atlantic are very, very conscious about the need to conserve water and to make sure that they use the water that falls from the sky. Here at CASA, at the time there was gathering on less than a third of the buildings here. So we got together, we ran several fundraisers in Bermuda, and everyone at Hamilton Rotary Club and also Renaissance 3 got behind it. And today I'm very, very excited and happy to announce that there's now gathering on all of the buildings at the school. We've constructed 4 of these giant water tanks that you can see behind me here, with between 18 and 22,000 litres each. And now the children of CASA have taps all around the school so they can capture the rainwater that falls twice annually in the rainy season, and they can use that to grow about their lives.
So now we very water in 40 trucks. Very, very good. This means that the first day of
School in Uganda, we'd like to say a huge thank you to the Hamilton Rotary Club and Renaissance 3, as well as all of our generous supporters around the world for making this happen. It's an absolute dream come true, and I think you'll see on the faces of the children how excited everyone is to have clean, fresh water here at CASA. Thank you so much. We're loving you.
That project cost $17,000. We put it together in about 2 or 3 months in terms of the fundraising. Had a big, big impact, and for Bermuda, because water is so important to us, we would love to replicate that around the world. I think it's certainly achievable. Thank you.
Okay, to round this off, I'd like to talk a little bit about a club that's near and dear to my heart, the Rotary Club of Metro New York City. We just turned 17 this month. We're about 45 members, and service and being people of action was baked in the founding of our club. For those of you who don't know, our club was actually founded by former members of the Rotaract Club at the United Nations, and we have 6 or 7 past presidents of that Rotaract Club as members of our club. Most of the rest of us are either multi-generation Rotarians or alumni of Rotary programs. I see Tom McConnon, who was really involved in helping get our start. So it's just fabulous to see you all here. Just to tell you a little bit about what we do as a club. We have at least 2 or 3 service projects a month. For the past 10 years, we have volunteered at the soup kitchen run by the St. Francis Xavier Church in Chelsea area of Manhattan. They have a Sunday soup kitchen, and we have usually about 5 or 6 members of the club who are there serving food to about 1,500 people every Sunday. It's an incredible project. We also work with an organization called CAMBA, which is based in Brooklyn. And actually one of our CAMBA students joined the fantastic RILA program this past month. We also work with an organization called Venture House in Queens, and they help folks who are facing mental illness get back into the workforce. And we help with resume writing, interview skills, job training. So we really try to be out there and be engaged in our community and people of action. So thank you so much to Dwayne, Greg, Sandra, Sandy. I see Pete Spano in the back. Pete was really instrumental in getting the basketball court project going. Greg, and I also want to give a shout out to Greg because he was really helpful in getting onto Bermuda organized this past year. And if you haven't been to Bermuda, I would really encourage you to join us in Bermuda in October of this year and find out what it's all about. There are 4 amazing Rotary clubs there and 3 or 4 Interact clubs. So there's a lot going on in Rotary in Bermuda. And then while I have the platform, I want to just give a shout out to some amazing people who are helping keep this conference running. First of all, Tom Tisbersky, where are you, Tom? Thank you. Mahbub and our co-chair, Bina. I don't know, is Bina where? Yeah, Bina right there. And then I have to give a shout out to my posse. So, Mary Chamara, Kate Lee, Sandy, where are you? She's still, she's probably out at the desk. This really could not have happened without their help keeping the logistics of this thing running. So thank you very much.
Great morning, Paul Harris fellows, fellow Rotarians. Hope everyone's doing well today. Basically, I've been chasing this dream for several years now. It didn't happen overnight. Been a part of a lot of amazing organizations and super teams, and through our leadership and global support, like he said, this dream came true. And I've been a part of this organization over 5 years, and you're all very inspiring and played a huge role in the project. This wasn't, by myself. It was a large super team that we have right now. And I would say that I encourage everyone's participation in the future of our program, which is starting next month on May 24th. We're running a 6-week basketball and anti-bullying program in Yonkers, and Rotary International is going to come from Chicago and document it. There's more information on the website, pscharity.org, if you all want to take note of it. What else do I have for you?
Can you repeat that website, please?
pscharity.org. You could follow me on the web under @PeteSpano2 or @pscharity.org is a new nonprofit that I recently started, and we'll be hosting a twice annual 6-week basketball and anti-bullying program. We have a lot of dynamic speakers. We have our former president and future Governor Mahbub here in the front row, who was a huge catalyst for making this project complete. And again, everybody in Rotary was a huge partner. We had support from a club in Korea that we helped with their water filtration systems before they hosted the Olympics last year. So thank you very much again for having me. And again, there's more information online. I'll be passing out flyers, and you can subscribe online if you're interested in participating. I'll send you over all the information. Thank you again.
Good morning, District 7230. How's everybody doing here? Good morning. Great. You get put after a break. You're never quite sure who's going to come back into the room and may decide they need to roll. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here on the agenda today that includes speakers like past Rotary International President Ravi, like my friend Director Jeffrey, like the array of Peace Fellows, including my friend D.F. Pace, that you'll talk to a little bit later. In my current role as a Regional Rotary Foundation Coordinator, what the heck does that mean? That just means that we currently have 18 districts in Zone 32, obviously of which 7230 is one of those that I have responsibility for, and I have 6 assistants. And we're there just basically to support the efforts of the districts and the clubs to be more successful in using our foundation to make a difference in the world. Whether it be help on raising funds, whether it be help on grants, that's all we're there for. If you don't use us, we're pretty much valueless. So, in that role, I speak to a lot of different clubs and districts about one of my favorite topics, obviously the Rotary Foundation, our Rotary Foundation. Many times, those presentations might be considered more nuts and bolts type discussions, geared toward furthering understanding of the foundation and what it can be used to help us accomplish. Today is not that case. In this year where we've been asked by President Barry Rassin to be the inspiration, I want to speak to you about our foundation, my inspiration. Planning, implementing, and helping to fund projects through our foundation, as well as encouraging giving by others, have been my passion for over more than the past decade since I was district governor. But I'm embarrassed to admit that you heard I was a Rotarian since 1985. It wasn't always the case. I just didn't get it. So I joined Rotary at a young age. I didn't understand why the Rotary Foundation was such a big deal. I got in to do community service, and somebody's always chirping me about this foundation thing. What's the deal? I didn't understand the power that it could yield to my club and to us as individuals in helping to make a difference. So when I joined Rotary, as I said, I was 25, and I had 2 young children, and all that goes along with a young person, starting out life, starting a family, getting your career going. And frankly, I didn't make a lot of money in those days either. So all I knew was that once a year, someone from my club was going to make me really uncomfortable by coming over, tapping me on the shoulder, and asking me for a $100 donation. Every Rotary year. And it seemed like, to me at that point, maybe just an additional dues payment. It didn't seem to me that anyone really took the time to explain the impact that money could have around the world. As Director Jeff has said over many, many years, and being in the same district, I hear him frequently, they failed to sell the sizzle, not the steak, right? We're talking about money coming out of my wallet. We're not talking about what that money could do and the positive changes that it could make. All I knew was that seemed like a heck of a lot of money to me at the time. In retrospect, I just didn't get it. I didn't get the power of what we were doing and how we were making a difference in our world. So, I've been a Rotary so long that I can say my wife Dawn, who is the immediate PDG, as you heard, and I were actually at the 1988 Rotary International Convention in Philadelphia. And thanks to the encouragement of my stepfather, who encouraged me to join Rotary at all, he was actually the governor-elect at the time. I was at the old convention hall in Philadelphia, for any of you who have ever been there, as they announced the donations from each country, and lights went up around the room. It ended with the donation from the United States that put us at a total of $247 million toward our initial goal of $120 million for the eradication of polio. That ought to do it, huh? The incredible excitement and the balloons cascading down through Convention Hall around me were something that I'll never forget. But, in my mind, I think I viewed it at that time more as a one-off event, not recognizing the implication of what was happening right there. I just didn't really get it. Who at the time would have imagined the number of years and the amount of money that it would take to eradicate this terrible disease? I didn't see it as my first real exposure to the power of our foundation to change the world, but that wasn't the only event where that happened. My family had the opportunity on 2 occasions to serve as host counselors for Rotary Foundation scholars. Atsuko Nishimura came to the University of Pennsylvania for training, teaching English near her home in Tokyo. And we were supposed to be there to offer support and guidance and to enrich her experience in our country. She spent 2 years in our district and was present all around our district and very much in our families' lives. The reality is, she enriched the lives of our family more than we possibly could have enriched hers. And I can still see her sitting on the sofa, teaching my 2 young daughters at that time origami. Lost on me, obviously. I can still see her face as she joined us for Thanksgiving dinner and tried the wide array of foods that we had. The one I particularly remember is when she was offered dessert, and we wanted to know if she wanted to try, in her words, shoe, fly, pie. You know, try explaining that to someone who's learning English, and that it's edible, right? Well, some of us think it's edible. We then went to her graduation at the University of Pennsylvania, met her mother, and I'm afraid her mother could easily see that we had helped fatten her up, as she said. But her mother thanked us for taking care of her while she was living here in the United States. Today, we still speak to Atsuko through Facebook, or connect with her, I should say, and she now has children of her own. We have a valued friend who crossed the globe from years ago, but if it wasn't for the Rotary Foundation, we would never have met Atsuko. It's another way our Rotary Foundation has enhanced and inspired our life and helped us meet people all over the world. So even with this great experience, I didn't really connect it to our foundation's ability to change and save lives for whatever reason. Perhaps I'm a slow learner. But I don't want you to think that I had to travel to a foreign country to finally get and to understand the power of our Rotary Foundation. It happened as well in the community of my own Rotary Club. Upper Darby is an immediate suburb of Philadelphia. It has a large immigrant population with many different languages spoken, as the primary language by the families. Many are very poor, and honestly, in many cases, there isn't a book in the house. I was moved again as we accompanied the teachers to the homes of the first grade children to present them with their very own books. The best part was watching their little faces as their teacher read just to them, just for them. How can I not be inspired to do more? Honestly, looking into the faces of my own grandsons that are healthy, richly blessed, living an affluent lifestyle not very far from here, in fact, how can I not do everything in my power to improve the lives of those less fortunate? How can I not use the power of our foundation to change and save lives around the world? So I ask you, who will inspire you to make a difference? What will inspire you to do all that you can? Your generosity is what makes this all happen. Are you a believer?
Yes.
You didn't need a wow, but a yes will do.
Wow.
So this is my story, or at least part of it. And I'm sure many of you could tell those same type stories and more from your experiences. So I would urge you, go out, tell your foundation story. You'll be surprised how you will have made a difference in the lives of others. So on behalf of our Rotary Foundation, I thank you all for what you've done and what you will do or continue to do to change and save lives around the world. Thank you.
Remember the movie Jerry Maguire? There were a couple of sayings from that movie that I think, oddly enough, might be appropriate for our discussion now about the Peace Fellowship. One was, of course, the statement from the football player who said, "Show me the money." The other was a statement, I think, that was made by the young assistant to Jerry Maguire as he walked into the home of his assistant's sister. And he was talking on and on about he was looking for his assistant. Do you remember that line? You had me from hello? Well, to me, this is a tremendous opportunity this morning to kind of share with you something that had me from hello, meeting Maria and Marissa, the two Peace Fellowship awardees from our district, 2 out of 50 in the world that came last year. Wow, I was right. And I think, Chris, as you said outside to me, we better do 2 this year. Is that what you said?
Absolutely.
Wow! Wow! So I'll just say a few words about the Peace Fellowship, just to kind of put it in context, because this wonderful conference is all about celebrating the good works that happened during the year and helping us think about the next year. So I'll say a few words, and then Marissa will talk about what drew her to the Peace Fellowship, what she'll be doing with the Peace Fellowship. In the case of both Maria and Marissa, they'll be in Thailand. And then some of the intentions of taking that new experience and education from Thailand and sharing that with the world. But I just want to share some general thoughts about the Peace Fellowship. So, in line with Show Me the Money, Rotary Foundation, which used to have this wonderful program, the Group Study Exchange, which we, I think, remember, has this wonderful program, the Peace Fellowship. So they have the opportunity for students and young people, although the average age was 45, right? Wow, I remember 45. To have the opportunity to have a 3-month certificate program in Thailand, and then to have a 18 to 22-month master's program in 5 other universities throughout the world, in England, in Tokyo, actually in Duke University, in Sweden, and I think I'm leaving out one. And Australia, thank you. Thank you. So it's wonderful, and in the terms of sort of the Show Me the Money and the foundation, Rotary pays for it. This doesn't come out of our club coffers. It doesn't come out of the district coffers. It's kind of like that group study exchange, which was just wonderful. So this is a wonderful opportunity for our clubs to both participate kind of in the international service as well as sort of on the youth service. So it comes up once a year. The applications are online, and there's a wonderful group of people, and I am pinch hitting really for Merva Fadul, who is the chair of the Peace Fellowship Committee. She's out of the country at this time. But contacting Merva, contacting myself, contacting Chris, contacting the club president. So anybody in our communities where our clubs serve are eligible. All expenses paid, travel over, tuition there, books, candy canes, absolutely amazing. So it becomes a wonderful opportunity, I think, for our clubs to help inspire folks in our community. 1 minute, thank you. That's very good. There's a great line. Yeah. Thank you. The opportunity for us, I think, at the club level, to work within our community, to spread the word that this wonderful Peace Fellowship is an opportunity, is something that I think, as we carry out sort of our 5 avenues of service, this is one of those wonderful ones that is international, global, and we don't have to pay for it. So, I'm asking you today to enjoy and be inspired by two presenters. The first presenter will be Marissa, who is scheduled in June to head to Thailand for the certificate program in peace and conflict resolution. Marissa will share a little bit about what attracted her, what she'll be doing there, and what she'll be doing with it, but also giving the context of what wonderful work she has done with a group in a nonprofit group, Arts Resistance Through Education. one doesn't think of art and it says stop.
Yeah.
Thank you. My pleasure. Marissa, thank you.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't imagine being anywhere else on a Saturday, so I'm so grateful to be here. Again, my name is Marissa. I run an organization, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it because it fuels what I do and what's important to me, so it's called Arteo. And essentially, I'll explain a little bit about that in the context of who I am and what drew me to the program. But also I wanted to mention that when I was a high school student, I actually was a part of Interact Club and served there. And I also did RILA, and I realized that some RILA is being honored here. So I remember and realized how my work with Rotary has been a part of my life, much of my life, so I'm very grateful for that. Also in terms of public service, I think public service has also been a great part of my life. I went to NYU for the School of Public Service, so thinking about how it's not a career, it's not just a part of education, it's who we are, and I think all the people in this room can say that as well, so I'm very honored for that. I initially considered this fellowship and talking to one of our board members and one of the partners of our board members, she actually received a master's to study, I believe, in Chapel Hill. And I was very torn because a part of me, I love the work that I do, which I'll explain. I love serving, but also this opportunity is amazing. So part of it was, she told me, she's like, initially, she's like, you should connect with Rotary again because they need to know the work that you're doing and they need to know that this is important to you. So initially, I was interested in reconnecting and getting to know Rotary. And then as I learned about the fellowship, I was like, I could do this. So that was part of what brought me to that. So I think a lot about peace, and one question that constantly comes to mind when I think about how we can make a more peaceful world and re-envision a new world is what is a piece of art that has changed the world in some way. So can a piece of artwork change the world? So just in your seats, I want you to think about, thank you so much. I want you to think about if there has been a piece of art that has stood out to you. And I think about how art shares messages and affects us and emotionally touches us in ways that other things don't. So for that reason, in 2013, I started an organization. I started this organization because I was working with young people in Brooklyn, and a lot of them didn't have access to the education that necessarily we think that young people should have. Also, with these young people, I started talking about human rights. And the work that I do, we amplify the voices of young people so that they can talk about human rights and embody human rights through the visual arts. So when I was talking to young people, I was like, what do you think of human rights in Cambodia? What do you think of human rights in other parts of the world? And they said, ma'am, I see human rights violations in my own backyard every single day. So I realized at that moment that we needed to make a connection between the work that things that were happening abroad in our own backyards. And that's part of why I'm interested in this fellowship, is thinking about learning what is happening in the world, what is on the ground, and making those connections to what's happening in our own backyard. And I think Rotary really embodies that a lot in terms of, like, you understand it, as you have been talking about, you understand that service happens in our own community. It's going to happen tomorrow at this very conference, but it also, service and justice work and peace work also happens in the world context as well. And we use visual arts in 3 particular ways. One is to teach human rights in a personal, safe, and exploratory context. When we make art, and not all of us are artists. I'm curious, who considers himself an artist? Okay. Who likes art? Wow. So, and that often happens with young people. Through creation, young people have the freedom to express themselves, their lives, and the human rights violations that they may feel passionate about or they actually may experience in their own lives. And lastly, when we create art, when we create murals, we advocate for human rights change, and we can advocate for human rights change in our own communities and across the globe in our own backyard. When people have rights and when people have, they know their rights and they respect each other, that means that we also live in peaceful communities. So I oftentimes, the young people I work with who go through our programs, I see them as peacemakers. And a lot of folks, it's no secret, and I think all of us know this, that the U.S. incarcerates more people than any other nation in this world. So I think a lot about young people who we work with who are in jail and who don't have access to the arts, and who, regardless of what they've done and what their past is, in our class, that we understand that they're there and we're there with them to think about their future. And we're not only preparing them for when they return and to destroy the idea of recidivism, but also the idea that how do we prepare ourselves to welcome people back from incarceration and ensure that they can also serve one day as well. And I think that's super important. So thinking about how when we create art, it's for beautiful pieces of art to again, make our communities stronger, but it's also as an education tool to think about the human rights violations that occur, again, globally, but on that local front as well. And one thing I've been thinking about too, and this is also why the fellowship is so important to me, is I want to think about how this model and what we're doing in New York City can be carried over and replicated in different parts of the world. And thinking about when, again, I haven't had classes just yet, but when I have those classes, I think you had mentioned like 15 different countries represented in the fellowship. So 15 different countries. I'm looking forward to meeting these people and also understanding and exploring, what does art and education mean in their own communities, and what kind of issues are important to them and what are they focusing on. So that's part of the work that I'm thinking about, and through the lens of conflict resolution. One thing I also wanted to mention about working in jails is, and actually I do it every Saturday, so I'm going to go back next Saturday, but one young person said, when I create art, I don't get into fights, and I feel peaceful. So if that is also an effect of the work that we do, then that is also important. And my hope is, again, while they're in a place at Rikers or other jails where there aren't rights and people are, there's a lot of other issues going on, the idea that we can create peaceful communities within places that maybe don't have rights or feel very dangerous or very violent. One of our students said, it's important to learn the struggle of women that women went through to get where they're at today. So a lot of the work also, I think of young people, I think someone had mentioned this earlier in the conference, young people, it's the cliche, we understand young people are the future, but they also have a present. So a lot of the work that we're doing too is not just talking about young people, but involving them in the conversation so that my dream is that eventually we can train young people so that they can train other young people. And I love the work I do. It keeps me going. It's very hard at times. It's very challenging. But at the same time, I hope that one day I can not do it anymore. I can be an artist on a beach somewhere. Not in Thailand, because I'll be working in Thailand. So. But I think for me, it's the idea of going out of business, and one day that young people themselves will be able to be in charge of this organization and their own communities. The idea also that part of the mural that we did was that representation matters, and young women, especially young women of color, seeing pictures of strong leaders, that's important. That's a result that we don't even know the effects of, but young people seeing themselves in the communities that they are a part of. We also, as a part of the Global Women Heroes Project, we also, like I mentioned, I really want young people to speak for themselves. So we also, along with the work that I do, is hosting panels, hosting workshops with young people. We hosted a panel at Columbia University. So again, the young people that we work with can say, I led a panel at Columbia. And one student, Rosanelli, said, we're never going to stop educating ourselves and educating other women. So I really love that. And my hope is to, again, with the fellowship, figure out ways to continue the work that I'm doing at a different level and make it more accessible, especially to young people, but also their educators as well. Who here has actually heard of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Okay, this is good. So, oftentimes I do go into a lot of rooms and speak, and a lot of folks don't actually know what that is, and it's not their fault. I think it's in terms of how we can make this, have this in our own education systems. This literally, when you think about what keeps you up at night, this keeps me up at night. Thinking about how people can have access to human rights or think about human rights from that context. Oftentimes I'm asked from young people, I often ask people, what is the one thing you need in order to have human rights? What do you think that is, actually? What is the one thing you need in order to have human rights?
Rights, equality.
I haven't heard it yet, sorry.
Rights.
Maybe rephrase it. The one thing you need to have or be in order to have human rights. Human. Sorry. So, and it sounds, thank you, and all the other responses are really important too, but with human, it sounds so obvious, I think sometimes, but it's not, in the sense that, like, I think sometimes when young people I work with, they're like, oh, well, you have to be a citizen, or do you have to be, does it matter if you're a man or a woman or other? And so we say all you need to do is be human. So in the work that we do, educating young people about their rights, and I always say this is so important because how are you to, you can't defend the rights of others if you don't defend and recognize what your own rights are. So that's a lot of the work that we do too. This is the first time, this is the mock-up, and no one else in the world has seen this yet, so congratulations. We printed out 4,000 copies of the UDHR, and it's newly designed. So the idea that like people can, it's a poster and people can hang it up, but also fold it into their pocket. And again, I'm so excited about the fellowship because the idea that like we're learning about rights in a global perspective. So can we reimagine a more peaceful world? And the reason that again I use art and I think about art and art education is art allows us to explore alternatives and possibilities that we haven't even dreamt of yet. And art allows us to reimagine more peaceful societies. So I'm so grateful to be here with you all because I think that in service, we create more peaceful societies. And you are doing the work and making action. And my hope is that young people, the 16-year-old, the high school 16-year-old, when I first was in Rotary, can also inspire future Rotary folks. So thank you so much, and I'm so excited. Thank you.
What is peace? Peace is not just the absence of war. Peace is achieved when people of different nations and countries live in harmony and justice, where rules are respected and laws are enforced, where leaders of communities and presidents of countries give priority to human security rather than national security. Peace starts with a smile, a good thought, a kind deed, and a positive and clear mind. Good morning, dear Rotarians and friends. My name is Maria Gazdaga, and it's a pleasure for me to be here as the recent graduate of the Peace Fellowship in Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. In October 2018, when I was working in Brussels, I received the amazing news that I was selected for the Peace Fellowship in Bangkok, Thailand. I am one of the 22 professionals from all around the world, from 15 countries, who came to Chulalongkorn University to share their experience on working on conflict and security. It was amazing to work with professionals from a legal perspective, from a policewoman perspective, community builders, and other professions that we have in our class. I am deeply grateful to all of you and to Rotary International Foundation who selected me and Marisa for the program. Rotary's noble mission goes beyond borders, beyond states and other artificial barriers. It reaches people in different parts of the world who are in need, and it makes a difference in their lives. US, Germany, Finland, Pakistan, Moldova, Liberia, Zimbabwe, and other countries, all these professions were part of class 26 at Chulalongkorn universities. We each came from completely different cultural backgrounds and mindsets, but together we managed to find that our common goal for promoting peace was uniting us and led us to creating partnerships and work to serve others. The program is designed to learn from case studies on Myanmar and the Balkan peace agreements, the legal implication of the 1951 Geneva Convention on the Refugees, the lacunas in international law and humanitarian law, the role of religious organizations in building peace, the gender dimension in peace building, disarmament, demobilization and reintegration DDR and SSR developed and implemented by the UN, and the role of the United Nations peacekeeping operations worldwide. One thing that I would like to share with you without going into too much detail is Galtung's theory. Among many things that we learned in terms of methodology, this is something that really impressed me because he referred to the so-called conflict triangle. Structural violence is referred as well as to social injustice. and is defined as the inequality built into the structure of a society, resulting in unequal power and subsequently imbalanced life chances. An example of that would be the South Africa apartheid. The cultural violence is defined as any aspect of the culture that can be used to legitimize violence in its direct or structural form. An example of this could be the use of women in Guatemala. Direct violence is the most visible, occurring physically or verbally, where the victim and the offender can be clearly identified. Direct violence is highly interdependent with the other two, the structural and the cultural violence. And another example of this direct violence could be Hezbollah use of direct violence to target specific people in the Middle East. As part of the program, we each had an individual conflict analysis project, and my colleagues focused on community youth and the violence that is happening among teenagers, women empowerment, and other projects. Because I'm a lawyer by education and I'm fascinated by international law, I chose the UN Security Council reform. How many people in this room know what are the permanent states in the Security Council reform? Can you please name them? United States, England, Russia, China,
France, Russia,
France, you named them all. Good job. So my individual conflict analysis focused on United Nations Security Council reform and the unfair veto power that the 5 permanent states have in the Security Council. The other 10 that you see there are elected for 2 years on a rotation basis. So this represents the reality of the post-Second World War, where the victors of the war secured a veto power in the Security Council for themselves. And we have seen in past years how this veto power has been abused by these states, in particular Russia and the United States. So whenever there is a resolution being discussed at the Security Council level on Syria, there will be Russia blocking the resolution. Whenever there is a resolution being discussed about Israel, you'll have the United States blocking the resolution. So there is a lot of academic and legal research at this point which prove that the current composition of the Security Council is highly unfair and illegitimate, and it favors the national agendas of a few countries. And as well, it is seen as a way to perpetuate conflict around the world. Now, somebody who is listening to my presentation and knows about the Security Council reform would ask the question, what's the alternative? Like, what do you suggest? Well, there are so many alternatives and proposals, and one of them would be to offer legislative power to the General Assembly, which at this point has more the power of having recommendations rather than legally binding decisions. And there is a movement which advocates for creating a global parliament under the General Assembly that would somehow stop the Security Council and not give the entire authority when it comes to global decision-making to Security Council. When you spend 3 months with 22 people from different parts, even conflict among ourselves came up. So when we were asking the question, if we cannot deal with ourselves and solving the conflicts with ourselves, then how can we expect to solve conflicts around the world? There were different dynamics going on in the group, and I'm proud to say that in the end, we acted in a mature and professional way, and whatever conflict was going on, it was solved successfully. So what's next for me? After this fellowship ended actually less than 2 weeks ago, I've been traveling to different places, and I will be going to Geneva. I have a few interviews lined up there, and I'm hoping to work in the humanitarian and international law field, helping refugees all around the world, including in Africa and Asia. And say something about the Rotary family. I had no idea about Rotary in the past. I knew that you guys had the Rotary symbol, you know, there's a wheel going around, and I thought it's very cool in terms of visual presentation. But I didn't know about the huge impact that Rotary had on eradicating polio and the vaccination that were done in so many countries of the world to actually prevent polio. And not so many people speak about polio anymore because it's not a huge issue, because it was prevented with Rotary help. A second point I wanted to make is host counselors in Thailand. Although they speak Thai and they look a little bit different from you, it's the same hospitality and it's the same mission of promoting peace and including people from different nations and countries. I haven't seen that in many. I'm in a world where there's always conflict, people want to prove their ideas, and I'm right, you're right. But being in a Rotary family, in an environment where peace is the main goal of everyone, I have to say that I'm very honored, and I thank you for that.
Thank you very much for our two Peace Scholars, one to be and one already. And I am sure that the two of you will join the Rotary family and help us perpetuate this program. It is one of the finest programs that Rotary's got. And as Greg said, I fully endorse that we should be a peace district. We should be a peace district. We should have a whole bunch of people being sponsored for peace fellowships. Whether selected or not is up to our wonderful past president, Ravi, and his co-trustees in the foundation. But we should be a peace district with a minimum of 5 candidates every year. That's our goal. What do you think? 5 years? Wow. What's our 5-year goal? Be a peace district. Again, what's our 5-year goal? Thank you.
What is the most gratifying? What is the most rewarding? What is the most pleasant, prideful moment that you've ever experienced as a police officer? Chances are, if they have had this experience, not all police officers have had the experience necessarily, but if they've had this experience, they will say that it had to do with saving a life. In some cases, someone has gone unconscious for any number of reasons, maybe a fall, maybe they were in some sort of an environment where there was toxic gases, they were struck by a vehicle, they've had a heart attack, whatever the case might be. The police officers are the first to arrive on scene, maybe before the medics. Medics, of course, do this all the time as well. But they begin to apply CPR or first aid, and they're able to bring an unconscious person back to life. It is one of the most tremendous feelings that you could possibly imagine a police officer could have. And no matter what might happen in that officer's career, they'll always remember that. They won't need to have their memory jogged. They will always remember that. I've unfortunately had the unpleasant responsibility of arresting a number of individuals. In some cases, I've gotten court notices. I know Judge McInnes we were talking about this very briefly. I've had court notices come to me asking me to testify on cases that were over 10 years old. I have no independent recollection of what happened 10 years ago in a case. And fortunately, there's paperwork there I can refer to. Okay, now I remember what the situation was. But there's no independent recollection. That person that you were able to breathe life back into, you'll never forget that. You don't need any kind of police reports to remind you of what happened that day. You'll never forget that. On the contrary, one of the most depressing, one of the most tragic experiences a police officer can have is when they lose a life. There is someone that they are trying to bring back to life, they're trying to save, and they just can't do it. It is absolutely devastating to that officer. Not to mention, of course, all of the other family members and whoever else might be present when that's going on. It's absolutely devastating, because that's all we want to do is bring that person back, and sometimes it's just not possible. Why do I mention this? Well, the theme of this particular program, this conference, is be an inspiration. And the word inspiration is an interesting one. Inspire comes from the Latin two words, into, spire, or the Latin spirare, which literally means to breathe. So to inspire someone means to breathe life literally into them, so that they are buoyed to do something more positive. And that really is the key to what Rotary is doing in all of its initiatives to add value to others, is to inspire, to breathe life, new life into someone so they can continue on. Because if that life wasn't there, they wouldn't be able to move on and do additional things. Much like all of the members of the various cohorts of the Peace Fellowship have. They've come into the program, they've been inspired by a variety of different things that were presented to them. And the way I like to describe the program, and I think the Peace Fellows that are here would probably also agree with me, the program introduces you to a lot of great information, but I think the real value of the program is it condenses into a period of 3 months techniques and skill sets that probably would have taken years or decades to otherwise stumble across in the general procession of time in your career. It condenses that. We're exposed to over, in my case, over 30 speakers, all with an average of over 20 years experience in some conflict resolution field. And we were able to immediately take those skills right back to work and use them. So being an inspiration is very, very important with respect to that. Well, how can we apply this to police work? Well, as was mentioned by the coordinator who introduced me this morning, it is really life-changing and career-changing to a police officer. We had in our cohort about 18 individuals, each one of them coming from a variety of different backgrounds. There were myself and another who were police officers. The other police officer was an inspector in Mumbai, India. And from that perspective, looking through the lens of police work, it really became clear that one of the key and most important issues facing police today is the importance of really interacting with the community in a possible way, community engagement. And I'm going to resurrect a principle that you might be familiar with. Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. Sound familiar? Great book, right? Fantastic. It's a classic, and if you haven't read it, it's a quick read. You know, I'd encourage you to do so. But the 5th habit in that book is seek to understand before seeking to be understood. And that's a great principle for policing. When I went to the program, I was actually selected as a sergeant. I was promoted to lieutenant. I was an instructor at the police academy, and I was able to bring a lot of these conflict resolution principles to the academy, inspiring other cadets to kind of carry those out into the field. And I've had a variety of other responsibilities since then. Been promoted to captain and now inspector. But in all of my assignments, I'm always trying to encourage my subordinates and those I work with to think about how they can, when it comes to a conflict, seek to understand the other perspective before insisting that you be understood as to what your perspective is. If we do that, and everybody in that interaction does that, there's so much more potential for progress than if we have two sides that insist on maintaining their views. They feel that they're well-reasoned, they're informed by their life experiences, and doggone it, I've got to be right because this is how I feel. This is how I feel. Well, how can we seek to understand the other perspective? Seek to understand before seeking to be understood. It's a two-way street. Just like inspiring, breathing life requires not only a person to inspire to breathe life into them, but also someone who is receptive, has a spark of life to be able to be used for resuscitation, so to speak. And that applies to police, listening to the community, but it can also apply to making sure that the community works with the police. It's a two-way street. So in this particular case, Moffitt agreed to an invitation by the police to understand some of the stresses that police officers are under when they respond to a scene, in many cases not having any knowledge of what they're about to get into, knowing that they need to de-escalate, need to resolve the conflict, but not knowing to what level the other person is willing to be inspired toward a peaceful resolution. On the other side of the coin, the police have a lot of work to do here as well. First, community outreach. The police need to reach out to the community. the key influential opinion leaders of the various constituent groups of the community, make sure that they're asked, and this is the leadership that needs to do this, but also the police officers themselves, hey, how can we work with you? How can we better understand the needs of your community, and how can we as a police department add value to your community? That's an important question to ask. The three additional prongs are, and I like to call it like C3TO. We've all heard of Star Wars C3PO. Well, this is C3TO. The community outreach is the C. The 3 T's are technology, using technology as well as we possibly can, surveillance, various types of equipment to stop an assailant without necessarily resorting to the most serious form of stoppage, which would be, of course, the firearm. What other technological advances are there that we can use to intervene in the plans of those that are intending to do harm to others? And also, with respect to that, training of the officers, that's very, very important. And also, transparency, making sure that there is an open line of communication between the community and the police. And then the O in this C3TO equation, looking at the officer's overall health as well. O for officer, making sure that psychologically he is fit for the job, physically he's fit for the job, emotionally he's fit for the job. That includes not only what's happening at home, not only what's happening at work, but also what's happening at home. Making sure that all of the elements are there for that officer to come to work and do the job the way it needs to be done. This is very, very important. A lot of times what's often not stressed enough is police suicides as well. The overwhelming stresses that come with the job, or possibly resorting to various intoxicants to try to deal with some of the stresses. Those are there as well. So the police department does well to look at that. And then we have, finally, when it comes to this issue of seeking to understand before seeking to be understood, let's not allow ourselves to necessarily be influenced as much as we are, I should say, by the media. The media is a for-profit organization, for the most part, and they need to sell advertising. And what sells? Controversy, drama, that sort of thing, which may not necessarily be an accurate depiction of reality. I was the PIO, the Public Information Officer for the Philadelphia Police Department for several years myself. I can't tell you how many times I gave an interview trying to explain in as well-reasoned, as well-balanced a way as I possibly could the situation. What they wanted, though, was the soundbite, the controversy. That's what they showed. The rest ended up on the editing room floor. So keep that in mind when it comes to hearing these very sensationalized stories of policing. Are there areas where policing can improve? Absolutely. And there always will be. That's why I talk about technology, improving that. Outreach, officer wellness, etc. All of those things are important, but it's also important as a community to seek to understand before seeking to be understood. If we both do that, we can work toward resolving this conflict for the betterment of everyone. Thank you very much.
My club is Bronxville, which is only 1 square mile. We have no more than 7,000 taxpayers in that community, okay? Meaning heads of families. It's tiny. It's really and truly, by even Westchester standards, tiny. But by the end of this Rotary term, we'll have 50 members. And we're very active. We have many projects. We have many parties. We have many fundraisers. We're very active. We're not able to recruit people who work in the city. We're a bedroom community. Virtually all the younger men work in the city, and they have no intention of coming back for a luncheon or even a dinner meeting. Frankly, among the millennials, even a dinner meeting is questionable. So we are almost all retired and don't want to be out of the game. Now, how did we get so many retired people? We initially, years ago, even before I joined, brought in some terribly well-known people in the community who retired. Highly respected people. They brought in their friends who brought in their friends who brought in their friends. And that has led to our large membership. Now I want to hand this over to Marty, who's in my club, and who's our membership chairman, to speak of this for a moment.
Thank you, George. Mahbub referred to our Bronxville Club as having an average age of 100. I'll admit that that's a data glitch. We corrected that. It's a lot lower. It's probably 89. 89, okay. I talked earlier about the millennials controlling the greatest amount of wealth in this country upcoming. Fact is, they're the children of my generation, the baby boomers. We were the largest component of growth post-World War II. We're aging out 55 and older. Our lifespans are longer thanks to the blessings of medicine. And in my business, I deal with a lot of octogenarians and geriatric people. The number one fear that most people have at that age is outliving their funds. The number two is losing their sight, which I deal with. And the number three, which is fastly becoming the number two, is motility. Having the ability to get independently around and possibly age in place. That's a big demand in a big cohort of people that millennials will have to deal with financially. On the other end of think of a dumbbell where the millennials are clutching the bar, the older people on one end of the bar, on the other end are the children of the millennials, and obviously they're a bigger group than the millennials. Their needs, special needs, education, health care, biggest dollar amount of draw ever faced in the next 9 years projected in the demographics for the United States. So they're faced in wrestling with two very dramatic draws of their funds. Why not consider feeding these needs through Rotary? Okay? What we need in the district is to focus a little bit more on attracting 55 and older demographics, which is originally what Chris asked me to do. And I have to tell you, in the 5 months, I've been immersed over my head, drowning in the attracting of young professionals and millennials. And that's pretty much what we did here this morning. And not that I'm fed up hearing about young professionals, but heck, I know it's the present and the future. We also need to bring in these people, these retired people who have the resources. They have the schedules already worked out. They know when they're available. And they also have a need to serve. So in your club's thinking and thought processes, please give more time to attracting that cohort, in addition to attracting younger, developing directors and leaders. Thank you.
There are two secrets to attracting and retaining older members who are retired. Number one, as soon as they come in, give them a job. I'm serious. This is something many of our clubs fail to do, even with younger members, and they lose members as a result. So older members are there because they want to stay in the game. They want something to do. You give them something to do that is not trivial. Do not give a retired person junk work. Give them something that they find important and useful, something that makes them passionate about what they do. That equals projects for the most part. So you need to have plenty of projects they can sink their teeth into. Number two, give them a social life. Many people who spend their lives in the city, and that's certainly true of my area of Westchester, anybody who's going to live there is going to be working in New York City. They're bedroom communities, they're called. Their sense of peer companionship was satisfied by their firms, by their corporations. All right? They get home and they look around and say, now, who are my buddies? My buddies are all at my law firm, all at my corporation, all at my accounting firm. Okay? You've got to provide them a social life and make it amusing. If you do those two things, you will, like we do in Bronxville, have a big, successful, thoughtful club that everyone enjoys being. Thank you very much.
Let's now focus on the afternoon session. The focus of this session is youth service, and I want to emphasize this from two different angles. One is, of course, youth service. Rotary's always had youth services for a long time. Rotaract started in 1968, I believe. Interact started a little earlier. We got 500,000 Interactors, 250,000 Rotaractors. We got a lot of them. In addition, we have many other programs. We have the Youth Exchange Program. we have RILA. Now, one of the problems, in my opinion, that we've been facing, and that has led to the current crisis of, it's nothing short of a crisis of membership, is basically that these programs are by and large being run as stand-alone programs. In other words, we put in all the investment into a youth exchange, for example, which is a phenomenal amount of work if you think about it even for a split second. Promoting the program, screening the candidates, interviewing the candidates, making the matchmaking with the foreign country to which they're going, and once the youngster gets in, taking care of the teenager here in New York or Bermuda, etc., etc. There's a phenomenal amount of work that goes in, phenomenal amount of resources that go into this, all of which is being put by Rotarians. Anybody who has hosted a youth exchange student knows exactly what it takes. It takes a lot. Okay? But here's a challenge, and here's, I think, where we need to fill up the gap. And the gap is, what happens when they return? When the youth exchange student comes back after his or her year abroad, what happens? Sometimes clubs invite them to make a presentation in the club. Most of the times, either after their presentation or even sometimes before the presentation, there are clubs that have not even invited the kid to make the presentation in the club. That's the end of the whole involvement. And the youth exchange alumnus is told, goodbye, have a nice life. Bad idea. That's a resource that we need to be tapping in. Rotary, in other words, has got to be, the entire panoply has got to fit into one quote-unquote Rotary experience. From Interact to RILA, RILA to Rotaract, okay, or rather RILA to Youth Exchange to Rotaract. And every experience, it is our job to make every experience so memorable, so irresistible, that the recipient, the benefactor of that program, then inquires, how do I continue this involvement? In other words, the interactive involvement has got to be so intense, so wonderful, that they say, okay, now how can I keep involved with Rotary? RILA. And I got a small story to say about RILA. We didn't have in our district, as I mentioned earlier, we didn't have RILA for the past few years. Ever since Kevin White left, he stopped doing RILA. One year we had RILA in Bermuda, after that we haven't had RILA. And I was scratching my head on how we're going to get this started this year. We need somebody ultimately to run the ball. And I ran into this young man in one of our area meetings. I had never met him before. He was not even a Rotarian, but he was representing a club there because the club didn't have anybody else. And we got talking, and one thing led to another, and I said we really need somebody to help us start Interact clubs. And we then spoke about what it would take to start an Interact club. We discussed a little more, and then he put a very blunt question to me. He said, what about RILA? And I said, well, we don't have anybody for RILA. We need somebody who will start RILA. And then he looked at me and he said, how can you have Interact without a RILA? So I said, what do you mean? The bottom line is, he had been involved in RILA 20 years ago. But that memory of RILA was so vivid, so wonderful, that he insisted that we start the program in the district. That's how irresistible your program has got to be. Okay? Once that memory was irresistible, then I said, would you like to take charge? He said, I'd be delighted. Okay? And that is going to be one of your presenters for the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen him before. Okay? Nitin Gupta.
Wow. I was the president of the Keene, New Hampshire Rotary Club, where we had a group called Student Rotarians, which is a non-existent thing, but at that time I didn't know any better. And there were 20 kids, and what they would do is they would come to the Rotary meeting 4 times, and then they would get up to the podium and then give a very, very rousing speech of, well, thank you very much for letting me come and The food was better than the cafeteria at the high school. Thank you. That was it! And it's like, oh my goodness. I had a secretary-treasurer who loved to harass me. And when I was finishing with my presidency, his comment was, okay, Mealy, now that you're almost a has-been, what are you going to do for the good of the cause? And I said, you're going to give me those student Rotarians. You're going to back off and leave me alone. And he went, what are you going to do? And I said, I have no clue, but I'm going to do something. So I called all 20 of them together and I said, okay, let's start with the beginning. Who's the president? And I got a, yeah. And I went, hello, anybody home? And it was like, one kid finally said, president of what? And I said, student Rotarians. They said, we don't have a president. I said, do you have an officer? Of what? I said, student Rotarians. Stay with me on this. So we're talking about student Rotarians. No. What do you do? Well, we go to 4 meetings and it's like, oh, I know that part of the story very well. And 2 girls, one time just before my presidency was up, were in front of me walking out of the country club, and one said to the other, you know, this is the dumbest, hokiest thing I've ever done in my life, but it looks good on a resume. I was ready to go up and string her neck between my fists and have her head pop off. I mean, she had hurt my pride. After all, I'm president of the Rotary Club, and this is all we're getting from this? You gotta be kidding. So I got the group together and I said, all right, we're going to elect officers. We're going to try and figure out what we can do. And after about 4 or 5 years of 1 or 2 steps forward and 1 or 2 steps backwards, somebody came up and said, hey, Doug, was it very hard to charter your Interact Club? Now, I can look and act stupid enough without other people trying to help. Never heard of what Interact was. I said, oh, no, it wasn't hard to charter us at all. I immediately called RI that afternoon and said, are the student Rotarians at Keene High School in New Hampshire chartered? And the woman said, you mean Interact? And I'm thinking, second time I've heard that word. So I went back to the students and I said, we're going to be chartered, we haven't been, and there is no such a thing as student Rotarians. There isn't? I said, no, you are interactors. They said, is that good? And I said, I don't know. And they said, are we in trouble? And I said, I don't know, but if we are, we're all in it together. That was then. When I had to move to Michigan in order to retire, we had a membership of 90 students, 45 males, 45 females. We had a waiting list of over 300 waiting to get in. And the last 8 years of membership where I was their advisor, and I overemphasize that word, advisor, not the person who was leading them, they raised over $50,000 a year. And not once, no, I'll take that back, one time, we did not accept donations, and we did not go around asking for sponsorships for anything. One time, they broke their own rules. Have you all heard of HGTV and the Property Brothers? Yeah. Okay. One of the Property Brothers was at my house because in our town we had a pumpkin festival. Guinness Book of World Records for 9 years, and we had, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 pumpkins stacked 4 or 5 feet tall in my driveway. And one of the property brothers was there because we had been challenged by another town in Indiana. So one brother went there, one brother came to Keene, New Hampshire. The moral of the story here is the town that had the most hand-carved lit pumpkins would win $1 per pumpkin, and we won. So we got 32,000 some odd dollars, and we said, okay, that's going to the committee that organized this, even though our Interact had 4 food booths, and on a good day we could rake in anywhere from $14,000 to $16,000 in one day. So the people from the committee said, okay, Doug, we want you to apply for $5,000. And I said, I can't do that, nor will I make that decision. This is not my organization. I am the advisor. I am there to keep them legal and morally straight. And so I presented this to the students, and the students said, no, we're not going to do that. And I said, okay. So the committee went to the students and made the pitch. And I said to the people that were presenting this to the students, you've made your pitch, you have to leave, it's up to them now. And so the students said to me, what do you think? And I said, I think you need to make a decision. This is your club, you're the ones that are running this, you make the decision. So they did, and they said, we'll take it so long as we can spend it within the first hour, and we're going to give this to a homeless shelter that is being considered for our community. So we gave them the whole $5,000 that we had just been given. And that's how things went. I have a hard time as being the past director of Interact for District 7870, which is most of Vermont and the southwestern portion of New Hampshire, insofar as with the formation of Interactors, Rotary sort of gets in the way. And I mean no disrespect to any organization, but some of what I'm going to say is going to rub you the wrong way. Number one, we are not telling the truth when we say Rotary has 1.2 million members. Because that means that Rotaract is not part of the Rotary family. And that is not the truth. Wow. It also states that the largest group is called Interact. And they are then not part of the Rotary family. Nor is RILA, nor is Youth Exchange, or the newest group called Early Act. The 4th and 5th graders, and I have one success story of them. There's one club in my district that now has given out over 400 mini loans, micro loans, whatever. And these are 4th and 5th graders that have raised this money. And they're sent it all over the world. So when you put Rotary with Rotaract, with Interact, I'm going to go down the stairs pretty soon, and then Early Act and RILA and Youth Exchange, Rotary isn't 1.2 million people, it's well over 2 million people. And all together we do some darn good work. Wow? Wow. You betcha. I'm sure there aren't too many of you that have seen this. This is the World Peace Essay Contest. It's held every other year. When I last left New Hampshire, my president of the Rotary Interact Club said, Doug, do you think I stand a chance? And I said, not if you don't participate. If you do participate, you might stand a chance. He won. And he and his father were flown to Pune, India to receive their award. And then thereafter, they were taken all through that part of India for 5 days and treated like kings. This is from a high school junior. Number one. There are such things as fellowships. Anybody ever heard of Rotary fellowships?
Yeah.
There's one called the photography group. You can't see this very well, and I'll leave this for a while on the table, but I want you to take a look at it. It is the reflection of the photographer taking the picture in water in El Salvador. Honorable mention for a high school junior who went up against professional photographers from all over the world. This is the cover of the Rotarian magazine from Turkey. And this kid is from Keene, New Hampshire. In the Rotarian magazine, there is a picture showing a little kid with one of these smiles that would melt butter. The article was written for the Rotarian magazine in the United States by a sophomore in my club. Why am I telling you this? And if I was at your club, I'd probably be paying a whole lot of money for brags. But I'm proud of these kids, primarily because when we started the program, the only thing that I had to do was tell them, this is your club. This is not my club, and I am here to make sure you stay on the straight and narrow, because as with any organization, they can go a little bit this way or a little bit that way and get way off course. So it was my job to pull them back and make sure that they made the decisions and not the adult that was working with them. Make your decisions, try to be proactive at all times, and then figure out what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And then you're going to be held accountable. One of the hardest things I have to deal with is a Rotary Club that says, yes, we're going to sponsor Interact. And then I say to them, okay, you need to find an advisor. In many communities, that advisor is mandated to be a school employee. Not everywhere, but in many places. And when that's the case, I said that means it could be a janitor, a bus driver, a substitute teacher, the cooks in the kitchen, or a teacher, or anybody who's paid by the school district. So they find an advisor and they think, gee, this is great. We're going to sponsor. We've got an advisor. We're all done. So what do you mean you're all done? You haven't even started. Are you going to train the advisor? What do you mean train him? Train him how? And I said, do you realize what Rotary is asking? They would like just 4 things out of an Interact club. Number 1, you have to meet at least twice a month. Number 2, you must elect your own officers. And there's a procedure for success. If you want to know what that is, I will have my business cards back there on the table. Please get in touch with me, and I'm more than willing to let you all know how this works. Okay? And then you will decide what you're going to do as you move forward. So there is an election procedure. We try and follow the same steps that Rotary does. These are the shirts that I will be wearing all day long today, so you know who I am. And it shows the Interact logo and the Rotary logo, and the banner between the two is service above self, because we follow the same guidelines that Rotary has. We are no better, you are no better than either of us. We work together for the same cause. 2 weeks ago, I returned from El Salvador, where I took 78 high school students and chaperones to work in the jungles of this country, where we built 8 houses for 8 multi-generational families that are living in mud huts held together with bamboo. No electricity, no running water, no bathrooms, just latrines, outhouses. And we had a great time. And we've done this, well, that was my 20th year, my 28th time of going and doing this sort of a thing. And when we left with bruises and scratches, because those were badges of honor for these kids, they worked hard and they were a pain in the neck. Because when it came time to leave, Doug, we can't leave yet, we still need to mortar this wall. These are students who are saying, no, we don't want to go back and go for a swim. We want to work. We've got a lot to do. The rainy season is coming. An advisor needs to be trained as to what the situation is and the interaction of a Rotary Interact Club versus a Rotary-sponsored club for Rotary Interact. That they are accountable to you, the kids are. And you are to work with them when they have needs. And it's really plain and simple. It is not up to the teachers to decide who the presidents are going to be. I try and have a junior as a president or a sophomore, and then when they graduate out of juniors, then they're seniors, they become ALITs, advisor, leader, and training, and they mentor the president. This is their group. They need to learn how to be leaders, and if we're going to spoon feed them and change their diapers all the time, then we as Rotarians have failed in our job of making them the adults that they need to be. And when they learn the process, they will make phenomenal Rotarians. I came here Friday, and 4 of my Interact alumni met up with me, and I've seen parts of New York I never knew existed. I even went through the Google building, and it's like, I hated that tour. Because the only thing that I got out of it was, I was a terrible boss. I never left scooters for people so they could go through the hallways. I never had PlayStations for my employees. And I never offered these coffee places for them to go and have a cup of coffee whenever they wanted to. I'm a terrible boss. But again, it was from my interactors that I have learned a lot. And they have learned a lot. The person that took over for me called me about 5 months afterwards and said, I have a disconnect with these kids. And I don't know why. And I said, I do. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. And I said, and I'm not going to give you the answer because I already know the answer. When was the last time you hugged one of the kids? Number 2, when was the last time you called someone and said, hey, I understand you're in charge of XYZ. Have you done this? Have you done that? Do you need help with this? Have you need help with that? You haven't done what? And hang up on them. When was the last time you called a senior at 10:30 at night or 11, and when they answered the phone saying, why are you answering the phone? You need to be sleeping. Heaven only knows you need beauty sleep. It hasn't worked yet. So, and then hang up. You are an advisor, period. I was an advisor who was a friend, and a friend who was an advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I will be around to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, fellow Rotarians. To our district governor, assistant district governor, and all of our wonderful Rotarian friends. First of all, it is an honor to be asked to speak with you today. We have come here hundreds of miles away from the beautiful sunny island of Bermuda. It's about 75 degrees there today. And we are very pleased to be here, and we're honored. I want to take this time to introduce our dynamic Interact members. First of all, we have our president, Ms. Nadiri Simons-Ward. We have our secretary, Ms. Veronica Sward DeGraff. They both have double last names, double barrel. Okay, I'm just basically going to give a very short introduction of how we got started, basically what we do, and then of course our two main speakers are going to do a slide presentation to just share with you how our Rotarians act as mentors. And we have a philosophy that we've been carrying on for the last 4 years. Mentorship for leadership. We cannot produce leaders unless we mentor leaders. And so all 4 clubs in Bermuda have gotten on board and they all mentor our youth. And it is, good Lord, it's just dynamic, the amount of progress that we have made. And we thank all of our Rotarians for doing this. First of all, we started about 4 years ago. Now, the Interact Club Bermuda actually started 40 years ago, believe it or not. And it was under the direction of our past president, Kurt Kitson, and our late past president, whose name is Jay Locke. They started about 40 years ago. And what happened, over a period of time, when individuals finished high school, they moved on, some got married, and some started jobs in the community, and others went to college. And so, unfortunately, the group folded. Well, 40 years after that, I happened to be in New York City. I was planning to attend a Rotary Club, so I was looking in the telephone book that dates me and tells me what era I'm from, to see if I could find any Rotary groups in New York. I called my daughter, I said, look, I don't have my laptop in New York's hotels. You've got to go downstairs and use your credit card to get online. So she says, Mommy, I'm going to look for you. She says, oh, Mommy, she says, did you realize there is something at the United Nations, and it's called Rotary Day. Rosemary's at the United Nations. Can I see whether raise up your hands? How many of you have actually been there? Great. Wow. I took a cab all the way down because I didn't know which buses to take. And I ended up there. When I came in, there were some Rotarians who were suggesting workshops that I could benefit from. All of a sudden, I heard this loud noise that sounded like my daughter and my son's bedroom. Loud bump, bump, bump. I said, God, it sounds like someone's having a party. 3 youth ran out of the room and said, oh, you're looking for somewhere to go? Come with us. I said, God, I'm going to see their grandmother. So I ventured in, sat off, and I was amazed. Between each song that was played, individuals from different districts were able to stand up to the microphone with PowerPoint presentations to share the work that they were doing. And what really sold me about the idea of starting an Interact Club in Bermuda was the fact that one group, and I think it was El Salvador Dog, where they had taken a group of individuals from the New York area, they actually built outside bathrooms, outside toilets. And when I saw this whole family, I mean, tears is coming out my eyes, when I saw a whole family, 2 children and 2 adults on a donkey, riding in to inspect this bath, and they were just so astonished. They were not riding up to a hotel, they were riding to see an outside toilet. And it was painted beautiful pink and it had flowers, it was just amazing. And after I saw that, I said, you know what, we've got to start something like this in Bermuda. The young people were so eager, and they embraced each other, they embraced me, and I was able to be their grandfather. It was at that time I met Doug, and we sat down and he talked and he talked and he talked, and he sold the idea of starting an Interact Club. So of course, when I went down back to Bermuda, I met with our then president, who's our past president, Greg Soares. We had a conversation, we met with our club, and we decided as a group to start an Interact Club in Bermuda. When we were discussing it, past President Kurt Kitson stood up and says, I'm glad to see us starting again. I said, again? He says, we had one 40 years ago. So we all worked together. We formed a subcommittee. We did research. We had 2 directors that signed up that said they would like to assist. And they became our advisors. And as a result, we are a dynamic group. We're very proud of what we do. We're proud of our students. We have over 30 students, and we meet every other week. I'm just going to share some of the things that we do. They were able to collect over 50 pairs of shoes to send to our sister island, Haiti, who had undergone an earthquake and all sorts of calamities. They also developed a Christmas hamper program where they were able to send over 30 hampers of food to needy families, and we actually took it to them in cars. And it was astonishing to see the appreciation on individuals' faces. We work at the Salvation Army and the Meals on Wheels program, assisting needy individuals and aged individuals. They were able to send money to Yonkers, New York. There was an appeal. Ray made an appeal and said, hey, we have a group in Yonkers, New York, Rotarians and Friends of Rotarians and individuals who lost their apartments due to a blaze. Do you all remember that? It was a very large fire. They got together and they held bake sales and they raised over $500 and they sent it to Yonkers, New York. There was a preschool in Bermuda that had a fire, lost their toys, their puzzles and books. They were able to have a fundraiser and they were able to get all sorts of beautiful, and one lady said, good Lord, the stuff you've given us is a lot better than what we had before. They also work with the cancer organization in Bermuda called PALS. They attended conferences. They went to the international conference in Atlanta, Georgia. 5 students. We thank Hamilton Rotary Club for giving us over $3,000 to sponsor the travel and the hotel and the food and transportation of 5 students. Miss Evo Simons, who is the wife of our secretary in Hamilton Rotary, she went on as a chaperone with another parent. We also worked with the Pembroke Rotary Club, and they were selling books every year and taking the money to assist the literacy program in Matoma, which is in Gennari. It's a school that is very underprivileged. They all, and I'm so proud of this, they also sponsor a feeding program with 5 schools on our island, and these are schools where they have very needy children who do not have lunches. We don't have cafeterias in our primary schools, but we have an organization, a charity, that provides lunches for these 5 schools for kids that are needy. And I'm so proud to say that under the direction of our president, Nadiri, and her team, and board of directors, and our Rotarians, we were able to contribute $500 to be able to buy nutritious foods to produce brown paper bag lunches to feed these children. And one of the schools that I'm at, I'm retired, but they call me back, Purvis Primary School. It is such a delight to see these little ones go to the office before the bell rings, collect their brown bag lunch, and it has all sorts of healthy granola bars and protein-filled sandwiches and fruit and soft drink, and they're so excited. So I'm very pleased, and I think one of the things that keeps me, and I've been with Rotary for 13 years, but one thing that really keeps me working with you and with our Interact Club is the fact that they inspire me. And our advisors are taught we are not sages on the stage, we are guides on the side. And I get inspired. I can't wait to go to, and girls will tell you, I'm so excited when I go there. Because when I see these students, I see potential, I see leadership ability, and I see success, and I see future Rotarians.
Good afternoon. Like Ms. Bassett said, my name is Veronica Swani-Graf. And my name is Nadiri Sanitwal. And today we will be sharing with you the idea of mentorship. It's mentorship for leadership. It's how Rotary has aided in the success of our interactors through work experiences. So first off, what is a mentor? Well, according to Cambridge dictionaries, a mentor is a person who gives a younger or less experienced person help and or advice over a period of time. In conjunction with Rotarians and Friends of Rotary, we as interactors feel that we have been best mentored through work experiences. Now, what does that look like? Well, through workshops, clubs, and job shadowing opportunities, we as mentors have had the opportunity to experience what the working world will demand of us as future professionals. These areas have aided us as students to become our best and most productive selves. The Bermuda Rotary groups have afforded us these opportunities, and for that we are truly grateful. The 3 areas we will address today are workshops, executive mentoring, and job shadowing. Rotarians and Friends of Rotary have fostered great communication skills in our interactors through workshops. Every job consists of public speaking skills, and our Friends of Rotary have mentored us in this element. Toastmasters, a nonprofit educational organization dedicated to teaching public speaking skills, visited our Interact group on February the 28th this year to turn and or develop our public speaking skills. When you think about it, we talk every day. Language and communication is a huge part of everyday life. Through this workshop, interactors were hesitant at the thought of participating in the workshop activities because we weren't very familiar with our mentors. Once our mentors introduced themselves and shared their experiences in public speech, we felt most comfortable in their presence. We learned that mastering public speech is essential to the success of any professional individual. When you think about it, every job takes an interview, and you must be able to commute your value to an establishment. If not, you might be out of luck for a job, because the working world is extremely competitive. It's either you have it or you don't. Through our Friends of Rotary at the Toastmasters, interactors have been given the opportunity to develop great public speaking skills, thus preparing us for the corporate world. 3 important pieces of information I have acquired from my mentors from the Toastmasters is that the best speakers are aware of their distractions, recognize their styles, and look for feedback. Our Friends of Rotary from the Toastmasters have built on our foundation of public speaking skills. This has allowed us to prosper as young individuals when we go for scholarship interviews, when we have classroom presentations, and even when we travel to upstate New York for District 72 Days Convention. And we are so grateful to be here. Thank you.
Executive mentoring. As president and secretary of our Interact Club, Veronica and I have role model leadership skills and demonstrated qualities of good interactors. We are fortunate enough to have advisors Kathy Bassett, Glenda Edwards, and Kalita Cook to attend our meetings and give us advice and direction when needed. Our advisors subscribe to the view that they are guides on the sides and not sages on the stages.
The advisors of the Bermuda Community Interact Club itself has contributed to the development of its members through mentorship as well. When we look at the executive board, there are several positions that are housed by individuals aged 12 to 18. Those positions consist of club secretary and president, amongst others. These individuals are helped and are mentored by our own advisors to ensure the productivity and success of our club. According to the guidelines for Interact Club meetings, the secretary's primary responsibility is to help the club function effectively. As the current Interact Club secretary, I also hold the responsibility of taking attendance and club minutes, amongst other descriptions. The advisors of the Interact Club counsel individuals who hold positions such as mine to ensure quality control for the club. Speaking from personal experience, it's beneficial to have a mentor who can counsel you through a position such as this one. As a newcomer, I had no idea what the role of secretary entailed, but that was no obstacle as I had advisors and mentors who made themselves readily available for whatever I needed. At the hand of advisor Glenda Edwards, I have learned how to take proper minutes and how to assume responsibility for my members' information records. This experience and tools that I have obtained from this role has benefited me greatly and has been proven successful in other spaces as well. Being secretary has made me more accountable and more courteous to the members that I serve. Had I not joined Interact, I might not have attained such attributes I hold high about myself.
As president of our Interact Club, I have acted as both a mentor to our club members as well as a mentee under our advisors. Our executive members help new students or anyone that needs assistance. I feel that it is important for interactors to do community service and raise funds for worthy projects such as the Maitoma Project and feeding the children in local schools. I also strive to make meetings fun by having icebreaker activities at the start of our meetings, such as 2 Truths and a Lie. This helps members get to know one another and work better as a team. I communicate with members on our group chat so that they know about future and upcoming dates. I encourage our members to volunteer for projects and volunteer myself. We mentor them to take over our positions, and we help nurture their public speaking skills. We help with things outside of Interact as well. Advisor Kathy assists me in running meetings by helping me to develop an agenda and encouraging me to come out of my shell by interacting with others. All of our mentors and advisors for the club help us to plan events, but they never fully take over planning, but will always drop little hints for us to think about. I encourage the participation of all of our members at meetings, and we always vote on issues so that we ensure we have majority support. We always respect the differences of opinion of others. All of our members feel comfortable in expressing their opinions as I ensure we treat everyone respectfully in this positive work environment. Through Interact, my club members and I have had experiences that we might not have had elsewhere. Rotarians over the past few years have opened up their work environments generously so that we may use this to obtain real-world experience in our areas of interest and gain practical skills not often taught in school lessons. For 2 years, I worked in Kitson & Company, a local management company in Bermuda. The feeling of being truly immersed in an environment that you've only heard people discuss is truly an amazing experience. I did this for 2 years, and in my time at Kitson & Company, I worked mainly in the accounts department. I learned not only accounting skills, but practical life skills. I mastered the art of bank reconciliation that I had struggled with in class, and it helped me pass my GCSEs. I was able to communicate my ideas clearly to others, even if they were older than me. And as a woman in the workplace, I feel like this is an especially critical skill. Through this experience, I was able to network with folks that I might not have met otherwise. I met lifelong friends who I still maintain correspondence with. I can now say that I am comfortable in a workplace environment. I have stepped out of my bubble, and I could have never imagined standing in front of a crowd like this giving a presentation, but I am. My mentor, who is a friend of Rotary, Mrs. Murray, was always very patient with me when learning a new concept, even though it seemed hopeless at times. It was nice having the support from someone that I looked up to in a field that I showed potential interest in. This opportunity taught me responsibility, and even though I found that being an accountant wasn't necessarily my calling, I still really value this experience.
As a result of our work experiences that have been brought about through the Rotary groups of Bermuda, we as interactors have developed communication, leadership, and people skills. We have been given the opportunity to become better professionals when the time presents itself. We have learned to validate others and become more compassionate. Through mentorship from Rotarians, interactors have been afforded great opportunities by individuals we have met through work experiences. Mentorship through work experiences has allowed us to understand the true meaning of service above self, because our mentors have served us above themselves. Hopefully one day we will be able to serve the Rotary family as Rotary has served us.
We'd also like to thank the District Governor for allowing us to present today, and also Hamilton Rotary for being there to support us. Thank you.
All right, how's everybody doing? Is lunch putting you to sleep? No? Yes? All right. I'm going to have everyone who has a phone, pick your phone up in your hand. Everyone who has a phone. Ready? You're going to put it face down in the middle of the table. All right. So one of our RILA rules was that students could not bring their phones to camp, but we tweaked that rule a little bit this year. They could bring their phones just for purposes of communicating with their families, which is very important because mommies and daddies want to make sure their kids are okay. But during our sessions, we did not use our phones. We were fully devoted for those 3 days to learning how to be better leaders, to serve our communities, and to serve ourselves. So I'm actually going to speak about a little bit about our family counselors. So, as you guys have heard before, our youth is our present, not just our future, they are our present. So, oh, it's an awful picture. Okay. So they are our present. So when I got involved with Dr. Gupta and David, I said we have to bring back past students from RILA to be the family counselors. We are here as advisors to help them and lead them, as many of you have said before, but actual leaders are the students who were at RILA their 10th grade year, who now wanted to come back and give back that same opportunity to those students. So when I got involved, basically about 2 months before RILA actually began, I picked up my phone and I called every student that I remembered from my past years at RILA, and I said, RILA is back. It is back here, and we need your help. You have to come back. And I had so many students saying they wanted to come back. Unfortunately, we could only bring 7 in, but those 7 were astounding. They were amazing. They took on the role with 110% energy. These students, some of them flew back from spring break early, changing their plans. Some didn't even go on spring break. And one of them even changed his final scheduled exam from school in order to come to RILA. So you can see how important RILA is to them. So why did they do it? Why would they come back and give this opportunity and volunteer their time for RILA? They did it because they knew the impact that RILA had in their lives when they were 10th grade students. When they walked in and they knew nobody, and the second they stepped into their room, everyone started clapping. Not because they had done anything, but because they were there. They were present and they were there for the weekend, not knowing anybody else, the same as everybody. RILA, again, is as much as an experience for our new students, who we have 2 Rotary students here today. Can you guys stand up? And we have a round of applause. So 2 of our RILA students who came to the presentation today, and we're so happy to have them and their families here. But RILA is not just about those 10th grade students that are getting the opportunity to come to the RILA camp, but it is also for those students who are returning back as family counselors to give back. They learn the leadership skill it is to be almost on the background and let their families communicate, learn about their experiences, talk about their experiences. And if it wasn't for them and for the students and for their wonderful families, again, for also giving your children to us for that weekend, it really would not be possible. So I would really, really like to thank every Rotary Club that did send in students to our RILA camp this year. For those of you who didn't, shame on you, but you will give somebody else to us next year. And of course, big 100% thank you to both of these wonderful men who really rallied the troops, did all the paperwork, did everything, and I almost got to just do all the fun stuff. So thank you again, and I hope to see you guys next year.
I just want you guys to please make sure that next year I'm coming after you. Every club needs to send at least 1 camper. And we are, David Del Monte, this couldn't have been possible without him, and he just submitted a request for 95 beds next year. That is almost double. That is double. Oh yes. We are doubling next year. And this is going to be done every year. So thank you very much.
Rotary, as we say, connects people. And we have, as has been said many times today, 1.2 million members. One of our goals is to raise that number to, what number do we want? 2. Done. Done. How? One of the things that we have to do is to give up some of the old ways and enhance and embrace some of the new ways of doing things. One of them is the age-old paper stuff. We need to get off printing stuff, paper stuff, and going online and doing many, many things online that are possible. And in that spirit, I'm going to introduce you to Rotary.org. Now, how many of you have an account with Rotary.org? Be honest, because I can see and get a list of those who have and those who don't. Too many hands. Okay, all right. Very good. I'm happy with the showing of hands. Now, if you don't have an account on Rotary.org, you are missing out on a lot of things. And what are those? Some of those things. I can't show you everything that's on Rotary.org, but I'll show you a few things that will be of benefit to you, your clubs, your members, and even yourselves. Some of the items that are available to the public, even if you don't have an account with My Rotary. Information about Rotary, financials, membership, Rotary causes, programs, grants, news about Rotary, and information, basic information about the clubs. For members, which will happen only after you log in. How many remember your passwords? Aha, fewer hands. Why? Aha, there you go. We need to change that. We need to change that. Okay. This is what you see when you log in. These are some of the things that have a lot of information under each of those headings. This can get intimidating because there's so much information in there. But the folks who manage the site are intuitive and they're smart in many ways. In that, same information is available under a number of these headings. So you don't have to be a mind reader to figure out, okay, where do I find this certain piece of information that I'm looking for? Is it under manage? Is it under learning? Is it under news and media or what? But you will find links to the same information in a number of headings. We'll focus today on, did that scare you? We'll focus today on, because it seemed like I'm going to be going on for about 2 hours. Okay, we'll focus on online tools, which are Rotary Club Central, the Brand Center, the Rotary Showcase, Rotary Ideas, Learning Center, and discussion groups. But just because I am limited by time, and Rick's going to show me those numbers, how many minutes I have left in a few minutes, we'll only focus on the yellowed items, which are the Rotary Club Central, the Rotary Showcase, and the Learning Center. Because these are the 3 most important areas that, if you haven't visited them, it's very important that you do. This is the dashboard for the Rotary Club Central. Now you see it's you see the Yonkers Club there, and there's a very good reason why, because that's my club. So when I log in, it shows me my club. When you log in, it will not show you Yonkers, East Yonkers, it will show you your club. So there are many items that you can see. Membership trends, gender trends, then as you scroll down, there are a number of other items which gives you information about your club, historical information. So you can track whether your club's been doing well or it has not been doing well. Now I can point out to one aspect here that in 1819, our club has done pretty well on gender trends. As you can see, the red line is compared to last year. The next item on Rotary Club Central is the Gold Center. Anybody know whether this is for goals in football or something? Basketball. Basketball? Okay. These are places, this is the place where you enter the goals of your club. Now, before entering the goals, of course, you have to figure out what your goals are. And you generally do that in your club boards about this time of the year for the next year. So, club president-elects, I hope you're taking notes, because you need to put your goals in there pretty soon. So get ready and get to work, please. Here, you can see these, the Rotary Club of Test Club 013. It's not the Yonkers Club. Rotary has a very good test platform. It's called Practice Lab. So you can ask for an account on Practice Lab, and they'll send you login information, and you can go in there, play around, destroy this place, tear it apart, and it will just come back to where it was before you came in. So there is no fear of messing it up. So you can go there, look at it, see how it will look, what you can do, practice to your heart's content, and then go to the real place and put in your goals. Now here, as you can see, you choose the goals that you choose to use. In other words, you do not have to use all of the goals that are there. You can choose a few, you can choose more, you can choose less, but it's recommended that you have a total of 10 goals in each of those categories. So, once you do that, what does it do? How does it help you? It helps you to see where you are during the year. But more importantly, it helps you track whether you are nearing the presidential citation. How important is the presidential citation for you?
Very important.
I didn't hear it.
Very
Okay. You've all seen the requirements for the presidential goal. Last year, there were only 3 clubs out of 43 which made the presidential citation. Now, there's a place in the Gold Center where, in the Club Central dashboard, where you can enter your service activities. Now, it's very important that you enter your service activities here, because this not only gives you, but it gives RI the ammunition to say how many volunteer hours were spent last year. And take an example. 1.2 million members. 1 hour a month. How many hours is that in a year?
12.
A little more than 12. Okay? Okay. So that's 12 million hours a year. Now, if you put a number to the hours, that comes to many millions of dollars worth of volunteer service that's been provided by Rotarians, which has gone unrecognized. So that's something very important, that you need to put those hours in so that the Rotarians who do the hard work get recognized for what they're doing. And the world at large appreciates the work Rotarians do. You have the resources that you can use in terms of understanding what to do and how to do what you need to do on Rotary.org. The first item, for those of you in the back who can't see it, is how to set a goal in Rotary Club Central. So I've told you how to get in there, but I haven't told you how to put in the goals, because that would take the rest of the evening. But here's the resource. You can go in there, download the file, understand it, and then use it. The next one is how to report progress on goals in Rotary Club Central, how to record service activities, and how to view information in Rotary Club Central. These are the general resources. And then you have membership resources. You have young leaders resources. It is a ton of material that you can explore in there. The next one is really, really eye-opening. These are reports that you can run on club growth, member viability and growth, membership termination profile, members in your club. You can look at district reports, and you can look at RI reports in general. Now, I must confess here that some of these reports that you see here will not be available to you, because when I log in with my access now, I get to see a few things that you guys do not get to see. For example, I get to see how many of you have accounts in my Rotary. That's a privilege that's been granted to me, so that I can check up on you. Now, the next item is the Learning Center. How am I doing on time?
7 minutes.
Oh, 7 only? Okay. This is something that is very new on Rotary.org, and I urge you to take advantage of this and to explore this as much as you can. There are courses here which take you from anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour, a little longer than that. There are modules in here. There PDFs that you can download. There are videos that you can see. And there are many things in here that you can explore and learn about without having to basically page through manuals and other stuff. It's an interactive learning process. The good thing is you get to see a report card from time to time of what are the courses that you've taken and what your progress is. And the district leadership gets to see the courses that everyone in the district has enrolled for or taken. So we can encourage you to take additional courses if you think that's appropriate. You can make your own posters, you can make your own Facebook posts, you can make your own postcards with your pictures and the, those Rotary signs which says, together we transform, together we... There you go. So together we connect. Wow. You can put your own picture in there and put that overlay on it and send it out to the world. Okay? You can see some examples of this in some of the I've seen some examples of this on the Facebook pages of some of the clubs who have used this. It's very, very easy. If you know how to drop a picture in a Word document, you're done. It is that simple. So it lets you customize your materials for distribution online and marketing so that people get to know. Now, one of the things that has been one of my pet peeves about Rotary and the clubs is that we do not blow our own horn. Now, the idea is if you don't blow your own horn, no one's going to blow it for you. Okay? So, Rotarians around the world have been doing a world of good, but the world's got to know about it. And in order for the world to know about it, you've got to tell them. You've got to tell them all the good stuff that you're doing. And you've got to tell them that how they can be part of doing the good stuff. That's important, because that's the way more and more people will learn about Rotary. More and more people will get enthusiastic about Rotary. More and more people will join Rotary. And more people will stay in Rotary. That's the important part of it. And I urge you to take advantage of the Brand Center to customize your materials so that you can tell your story. At the district level, we are here to help. We have set up a system whereby you can ask for help from the district. And there will be more information about this in the training assembly that will be on May 11th. So I urge you to take advantage of the resources that the district has to offer in terms of help to get you up and running. Now, here's the favorite part. 1 minute? That's too short. Rotary Global Rewards. How many have heard of Rotary Global Rewards? That's it? You're missing out. Wow. You are missing out. Rotary Global Rewards is the member benefits program designed exclusively for Rotarians. You get discounts on over 1,800 products and services, offers from 700 Rotarian businesses worldwide, ways to give back to Rotary, the opportunity to post your own offers and a connection to local businesses. Now, you'll be surprised at the companies that offer discounts. Who do you think they are? Number one, Amazon. Did you know you could get a discount on Amazon? Yes. Okay. Hertz, Holiday Inns, Marriott. Discounts can take two different ways. And one of the things that I'd like to point out here is that this program of discounts being offered to Rotarians was the brainchild of someone who's in this room, past President Ravi. With the discounts, it's not only for you, it's also for Rotary. Because, for example, with Amazon, you get a discount sometimes, but most of the time, Rotary gets a discount on your total purchase. So you're giving back to Rotary by buying on Amazon and the other merchants. You also need to promote this among the Rotarians. This could be a recruitment tool. One of the ways is you tell people about it, you put a link on your website, you email club members, and you encourage local Rotarians to put in their business discounts on the site. Questions about global rewards or anything else? Fantastic. Thank you very much.
It is my sincere pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Delano Johnson. I've had a chance to meet with, and he's given me a little bit of leeway so I can do something I would like to do. So I don't often get to address a room full of Rotarians like this, and I wanted to say just a few words about what Rotary means to me and what this organization has done for me, because I'm wrapping up 3 consecutive years as club president, which is, and as any of you know who have been club presidents, a lot, right? And it's a little sad to say goodbye. I'm happy to get back to my normal life, but it's a little sad to relinquish this title. But I've kind of gone through a lot. And so I found Rotary through accident, but as I've learned in life, there really are no accidents. So this was divine intervention, and I think I was supposed to find Rotary when I found Rotary. Rotary has given me a lot in the last 6 years. As a club member and as a club president, I've been able to express my creativity through problem solving, collaboration, and community development. I've been able to use skills that I didn't even know I possessed and harness them to create change in our community. I honestly don't know why anyone would shy away from being club president, even though it's hard. It is an amazing experience and a chance to call on your highest self, a chance to learn from your peers and humble yourself in the spirit of service. I am forever grateful to my club members. I got a couple of them over there, lovely ladies. Hello. Forever grateful to my club members who have encouraged me and shown me their enduring commitment by empowering others and providing opportunities for people in so many different ways. My club members are truly amazing. I'm grateful to the DGs, past and present, and fellow Rotarians who have taught me so much about service. I really have learned a lot about service in the last few years, and service is hard. Service is not easy. Service requires humility. Service requires patience and understanding. Patience requires teamwork. To be of service, you must be adaptable and be coachable. Service demands resiliency and tenacity. Service unites us, empowers us, and inspires us. And I believe that it will be through service that it will save us. So thank you to everyone in this room for all that you do every day to uplift and empower. I am inspired by you and your commitment to community. And as I end my journey as president, I know that I'm only just beginning my journey as a lifelong Rotarian. So thank you for that. Delano undoubtedly exemplifies the principles of Rotary International. Delano is very well-read, highly accomplished, and has used his unique talents and abilities to create a system for growth and change in his own life and others. He coaches people in organizations all over the world about how they can unlock the potential within, and even with all the amazing history that Rotary has, I have no doubt that we as an organization can do more. We can accomplish more. We can increase our own personal understanding. We can end more suffering. We can become more inclusive. And we can understand more about the humanity and paved the way for a new generation of leaders in the process. Delano Johnson is a best-selling author, creative director, brand architect, and a leading authority on personal and corporate creativity. He's a Grammy and Dove Award nominee and singer-songwriter that has appeared on global networks like CNN, BET, TBN, and NBC. In 2008, his dive into corporate landed him the position of online creative manager for Toys R Us at their corporate headquarters in Wayne, New Jersey, where he was in charge of all acquisition brands and creative offers for E&M Commerce. He grew his department from $50 million in revenues to $750 million in revenues in 3 short years. Shortly after his success, he resigned to focus his attention on writing and speaking. His mission as an author and speaker is to train corporate leaders and help individuals embrace and maximize their creativity to design better lives and businesses. Delano is CEO and founder of Johnson Creative Group, a highly sought-after luxury design firm in New York, creative director, COO, and brand architect for FraserNet Inc., the #1 networking conference for African Americans listed in Forbes magazine as one of the top 5 conferences to attend. He's co-founder of Monroe Publishing, a company he founded with his late mentor, Dr. Miles Monroe, days before his passing. Most recently, Delano and partners landed a deal with Walmart to outfit a new restaurant brand placing McDonald's in all of their North American stores. His best-selling book, Refuse to Live Talented and Broke, 10 Keys to Unlocking Your Creative Earning Potential, can be found online at talentedandbroke.com and also outside on that front table, so you feel free to pick one up. So it's my pleasure, truly and sincerely, to introduce Mr. Delano Johnson. Give him a round of applause.
Well, first, let me say how excited I am to be here today. I've been waiting for this moment to see all of you this particular day. Let me just say that my respects go out to the governors here, District Governor Chris Couture, also the District Secretary Mary Shackleton, who's been working very hard to put this whole thing together. Y'all give Mary a hand. And to all of you who are members, who are executives, thank you so much for the work that you've done over the years. Thank you for your hard work, your humanitarian efforts. You make a difference. And I'm not just saying that because of statistics. I'm saying that because of numbers that I'm familiar with myself, my own personal experience. I'm originally from the Bahamas. I grew up there, moved here a few years ago, actually about almost 20 years ago or so. I grew up there and I was a waiter in a restaurant in high school. And every Tuesday, this group of businessmen would come and meet. There was a little bell that we had to dust off and make sure it was nice. And for some reason, when I served them, it seems as if for everything the members did wrong, they were fined. They didn't clap long enough, they got fined. They came in late, they were fined. This group grew on me, I grew on them, to the point where few of the businessmen start to take notice of, I guess, some diligence in me. I was 16, 17 years of age, and one of them said, "What do you want to do with your life?" And I told him I want to be a businessman. And he said, "Well, what else do you want to do?" I said, "I want to be an architect." And he said, "Well, what else do you want to do?" I said, "I want to be a musician." So I said, "You better stop right there because I got a long list." And he said, "Well, I am going to talk to a few of my buddies, and we will give you a scholarship to whatever school you want to go to."
Wow.
At the time, I was interested in architecture. My uncle was an architect in the islands, and my father wanted me to do that. And so we were looking at Georgia Tech. So I turned down a scholarship to go to Georgia Tech to follow my music career.
Okay, wow.
Okay. I'm looking for the wow one. And it was the best decision I've ever made. Yeah, wow is right. Because here I got an opportunity to meet all of my music favorites, performed on stage with Earth, Wind and Fire, Stevie Wonder, Smokey Robinson, Boyz II Men, and I know I'm dating myself a little bit here, but I got to do my dream. The most important thing that you can do is do your dream, because in doing your dream, you do another thing, which is inspire someone else to do what? Their dream. So you've inspired me by the work you are doing all across the world. I've been impacted. My life has been enhanced because of the work that you guys do. And you need to give yourselves a hand for that. Right quick, I want to do this. Got some house cleaning to do. I wrote a book called Refuse to Live Talented and Broke. Short story is that I made my first million at 33. I lost it all at 39. I got depressed. A friend sent me a book. I read it, and then I read some more books. By the time I was done, it was about 300 books. I combed through all of the books, and I pulled out 107 principles that talented and creative people do or not do that keep them in a perpetual state of being talented, but yet still miserably broke. Now, most of us in here know someone in our lives, if it ain't you, know someone in your life who is talented but broke. So I want to do this. If you have a cousin or uncle, a brother or sister, a child, a daughter or son who needs to get this book, I want to give this to you right now because they really need it. Anybody who have a son or a daughter? Okay. Yes. Hold on. Wow. Oh. Mr. Amir, thank you so much. Most of the time, we don't pay attention to life. We're not filtering the information to benefit our current situations. As a matter of fact, there's a system that helps us to decide what is important and what's not. It's called the Reticulating Activating System, or RAS for short. It is the part of our brain that receives information, but filters it and determines what is important to us and what is not. The challenge with this is so many times we filter out the things that are important, and we let the things that are unimportant filter through. Today I want to talk to you just for a few minutes on inspiration through diversity. Everybody say that with me. Inspiration through diversity. Now, what is that? Well, inspiration through diversity could be summed up in a few things. But let's first look at the word inspire. The word inspire means to use external stimulation and cause action. You're doing something that causes an action. You're saying, doing, believing, writing, showing something that causes action. What about the word diversity? Well, the word diversity simply means more choices. More choices. How about this? More viewpoints. More revenue streams of income. So how do we put this into the context of what you do and who you are as an organization? One of the things that I'm always asked as a Bahamian national, how many languages do you speak? What is your perspective on this or that? And it's amazing to me the value that people place in certain situations on my perspective. You see, I see it one way, you see it another way. Together we see it the way. It takes two eyes to get one picture, one image of what reality is. Two ears to hear sonically what actually happened. Somebody say diversity. Oh, y'all sound like y'all ain't had no lunch. Say diversity. Diversity. Yeah. Diversity is that thing that helps us to make determinations of the information that we're inundated with. Now, I want to go through some statistics with you because I want to show you something and why inspiration through diversity is important. Here's some statistics I want you to pay attention to. Now, these statistics were taken by the Global Delhi survey interviews between the years of 1996 and 2010. And here's what some of them suggest. The world population is growing, and food, water, and education, and housing, and medical care must grow apace. Fresh water is becoming scarce in localized areas around the world. The gap in living standards between the rich and the poor promises to become more extreme and divisive. The threat of new and re-emerging diseases and immune microorganisms is growing. On top of that, the capacity to decide in diminishing global and complexes under conditions of increasing uncertainty. Terrorism is increasingly destructive and difficult to prevent. Population growth and economic growth are interacting adversely with environmental quality and natural resources. Somebody say this sounds depressing. The status of women is changing. Religion, ethnic, and racial conflicts are increasingly severe. Information technology offers both promise and peril simultaneously. Organized crime groups are becoming more sophisticated global enterprises. These are the challenges that we have. Nuclear power plants around the world are aging. The HIV epidemic will continue to spread, and work, unemployment, leisure, and underemployment are changing. Now, here's where we're losing. We are increasing the total of our debt. We are increasing unemployment. We are increasing income equality, increasing human ecological footprint, reducing biocapacity ratios. And we're also reducing, simultaneously, voter turnout. People are becoming disactivated. I heard someone talk about choice overload. Is it because we're giving them too much choices? Or is it that the choices that we're giving are not beneficial to them? So what does this all mean? On top of all of that, here are some of the other changes in technology that makes life even funnier. Neuroscience will be able to plug information into your cortex directly. Transportation will be fully automated. In physics, within a decade, they say they will know exactly what dark matter is. That's a big one. Fashion technology will create smart clothing. This is some deep stuff. And as far as the internet goes, quantum computing is the future. Now, how many of you know half of the stuff I was talking about just now? Okay, some of it, right? All these changes are happening simultaneously, and we have to figure out a way to manage it. I think I like what Peter Drucker said. He said that we live in a world of accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and fierce competition. In an environment as such, a leader must arise who understands the power, the visual power, the intellectual power of creating, not waiting, but creating diversity in work and life spaces. Diversity is something that we have to create actively. We have to go out and be intentional about creating diversity. So why does this matter? Here's why it matters. Forbes magazine and IBM did a poll. 500 top companies in the world. And the study was done on what are the attributes that a leader must have to take their companies and organizations to the future. 62% of them, overwhelmingly, said that the leader of the future must be creative. Everybody say creative. Creative. Here's number 2. The leader of the future to deal with all of these challenges must be diverse. Everybody say diverse. Diverse. Diversity is not a quota of having colored, brown, yellow people a part of your organization. That's not what it is. The power of diversity is expanding your view. Wow. Wow. Yes. Can I get another wow? It is me looking to the left and only can see what's in my peripheral and having someone else come who can see to the right of me, and now we have a whole full picture. Amen. We can come up with solutions that actually work. Leaders have to be more inclusive, which gives them more intel to be able to make good quality decisions, not for one, but for all. Yo, I deserve a hand clap on that one. Wow! It is becoming difficult, but the answer lies within you. You must become a microcosm, an example of what true unity is. See, because the benefit of diversity is unity. And it is through unity that people are inspired. They're inspired when you have one mind, one goal, one solution, one way to your destination. And you accomplish it. So, how do we inspire through diversity? How do we do that? Here's 3 things that I want to share with you. The first thing that we have to do is to think differently. Everybody say that with me. Think differently. Now that sounds easy, but we are creatures of habit. Thinking differently is not a default. And it takes a lot of energy to think differently. So thinking differently is not as easy as it sounds. But it takes practice and intent. Everybody say practice, and intent to think differently. On top of that, you got to be willing to creatively collaborate. You have to be willing to give up authorship and share authorship with great ideas. If the great idea in the room is yours, then that's the worst one. The best idea is always a collaborative effort. Ask any songwriter. Ask anybody who ever attempted to write a bill. So you have to think differently. But in doing that, you have to be dedicated to creative collaboration. The next thing is authentic local perspective. Be interested in what's happening locally, but understand that it has a global response, that it has a global reaction, that it has a global residual. Some people want to think globally because it sounds sexy. But think about the people in your community, in your town, who has a business or an idea that can go global, but you start them locally. And the last one is high emotional IQ. High emotional IQ. You know, I can tell you what happened around me. Then I can tell you what happened to me. But very seldomly would people say what happened in them. That's another level of understanding. It's another level. See, you move from having sympathy for someone to having empathy. When you understand emotionally, there's a book I read, this book right here, and it talked about the need for leaders to have this emotional intelligence because survival is dependent on it. If you don't have an emotional intelligence, your efforts for diversity will be futile because you're not connecting with the person on the inside. You're only connecting on the out. People don't care what you tell them, they care what you're real about. They care what you're authentic about. That's what they care about. So how authentic are we willing to be in our outreach? Here's my call to action to you as I lead. There are many other young men who was just like me when I was 17 years old, when I was 16 years old, who are waiting for someone to come and just see something in them, to say something to him that changes his course of life, that takes him from a ghetto to a mansion, that takes him from dreams to reality. I believe this is that place. Diversify your clubs. And with that, that is how you inspire through diversity. My name is Delano Johnson. Thank you so much.
As a token of our appreciation, I'm delighted to give you this gift on behalf of Rotary International District Senator Thursday. Thank you very much for your inspirational talk.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation on the track. As a token of our appreciation, I would like to give you this gift on behalf of Rotary International District Senator Thursday. Thank you very much. How was this conference? Wow! Thank you. Mary's got some administrative stuff to take care of.
Thank you. I know I'm standing between you and an adult beverage, so we have just a couple housekeeping matters. As Secretary of District 7230, I hereby call the annual general meeting to order. Wow! Wow! Inasmuch as the Treasurer's Report is not yet available, we must adjourn our annual general meeting until a date in the near future. We will give appropriate notice to the clubs. Do I hear a motion? Wow! Wow! Do I have a second? Wow! All right. Having a motion and a second, let's put the vote to the question. Are we agreeing to adjourn our annual general meeting to a date to be announced in the near future? Yes. Looks like the motion is carried. One other fun thing I have to announce. Reverend Tim Mercaldo of South Shore Rotary Club will be conducting a sing-along at the piano in the lobby starting at about 5 o'clock. So please join Reverend Tim and bring your voice. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. I hope you had a great time.
We come now to my favorite part of the program that I've been waiting for all year. And this is that part of the program where I get to say thank you and to appreciate every one of those people on whose shoulders I have been standing. All the successes that you saw today, all the speakers that you saw today, the entire program has been organized. Was organized by the entire team. So this is my favorite part of the program, but I get to say thank you very much. So we will first going to have the certificate ceremony and the awards. And after that, we'll come back to a few words and have the presidents coming up. Over to Eric.
Good evening, everybody. The way this will work is I will read the names of those people who earned the certificate. And we ask that you come up, and on your way up the list, I'll announce another certificate earner, and we'll just do this. We've got 50 names, so people have done a whole lot for the district this year. So, to begin, for being the co-chair conference committee is Bina Ahmad. And for being a member of the District Interact Committee, Jean Acol. I'd like to call up Kristen Alexander for being a member of the Youth Exchange Scholarship Committee. John Paz Almas, being the chair of the Rotary Committee. We need PDG Greg Aguero up here, being a member of the Peace Fellowships Subcommittee. Amir Kasadi, chair of the Youth Exchange Scholarship Committee. I'd like to ask Kathy Bassett, come up. She's a member of the District Interact Committee. Mary Chiamaro, member of the District Managed Grants and Stewardship Committee. I'd like to ask Larry Cohen to come up. The chair of the Endowment Permanent Fund Subcommittee at DRFC. Jasmine Cowan, Assistant Governor, Area 5, and member of the Peace Fellowship Subcommittee, DRFC. Roe Dressler, member of the Conference Committee. South Shore Rotary. And Peter D. Nicole, District Treasurer. I'd like to call up Betty Jean De Silva, member of the Youth Exchange Scholarship Committee. I'd like to call up Barrett Dill, member of the Conference Committee. I'd like to call up Staten Island's Assistant Governor, David Dillon. Yes, sir. Also a member of the Conference Committee. I need John Ehrlich to come up, Assistant Governor, Area 2. Taylor Rescue, District Rotary Foundation Chair. I'd like to ask Kate Finney's to come up, serving as Assistant Governor, Area 3, and member of the District Managed Grants and Stewardship Subcommittee, DRFC. Nitin Gupta, Co-Chair Riley. being a member of the Peace Fellowship Subcommittee, the RFC. We'd like Kathy Johansson to come up, member of the Peace Fellowship's DRFC. And we need Charlotte Teague to come up, Assistant Governor, Area 4, and chair of the Polio Plus Subcommittee. Jenny Lewis, chair of the Global Scholars Subcommittee. Don Lee, member of Peace Fellowship Subcommittee and chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Hugh Leon Reed, chair, Outbound Subcommittee, Youth Exchange Scholarship Committee. Tom McConnell, member, District Managed Grants and Stewardship Subcommittee. I'd like to ask our EGD, George McKinnis, to come up. He's our District Council. Consigliere. Gladys Moe, Assistant Governor, Area 1. David Scribman, Chair of the Installation Committee. Marty Shulman, Chair of the Membership, Attraction and Engagement Committee. Angela Sculpey, member, Budget and Finance Committee. Yes, Mark Sidens come up. Volunteer Youth Exchange Scholarship Committee.
Mark Sidens.
Greg Soares, Assistant Governor, Area 7. And David Sully Sullivan, Chair of the Youth Exchange Scholarship Committee and Chair of the Master Review Committee. And we have two for Sandy Wallstein, member of the District Managed Grants and Stewardship Subcommittee and District Registrar.
These are people who have been particularly helpful, going above and beyond what would normally be responsibilities. And I want to recognize, acknowledge, and appreciate what they have done for the district, what they have done to advance Rotary ideals, and what they have done for us. The first set of plots go to our folks from Staten Island. Way back, the first decision that I made when I was at DTE was that we're going to have this conference in Staten Island. I got a lot of flack for that because the focus of the district is in Westchester, which has 29 of our 44 clubs, Staten Island has 5. And the complaint was that a lot of the Westchester folks did not come down. But I figured, and I put out a challenge to the Staten Island clubs, that you are going to live up to it, and we're going to have one hell of a successful conference. And I'm delighted to tell you, the Staten Island not only lived up to it, but they went above and beyond. And I want to recognize every one of the Staten Islanders first. So may I request all the Rotarians from Staten Island to stand up for a minute. I'm going to be naming a few people. It doesn't mean they are the only people that work, but it does mean that they are the people that are responsible for the leadership, the organization of this entire setup. And all kudos, if today ran seamlessly, if everything ran wonderfully, it was because of the Staten Island people. And their presence here is phenomenal. First and foremost in our line is Diane Arnett. Yes, Diane, come up here. Diane was singularly responsible for the Snughouse project. She conceived of it, she brought it, she made the proposal, and made sure that it was funded, made sure of the entire organizational backing, and made sure that it took place. And everything that takes place tomorrow is thanks to Diane. So give her a big hand here for you. The next in line is our wonderful past district governor, and Eric Storberg. The master of ceremony today will be also the chair of the program committee and who basically oversaw everything. The program, the organization, and pretty much the entire setup of the committee. Thank you very much, Eric. Next, I want to recognize Tom Tabersley. Tom is the past president of the South Shore Club. That's the biggest club in Staten Island and one of the biggest in the district. An extremely functional, very vibrant and very fun club. And Tom has also been singularly responsible for the hotel arrangements and everything that's taking place here. So thank you very much, Tom, for everything that you've done. They wanted to record that for posterity in Facebook. I now want to recognize the Staten Island clubs that have put a lot into this entire organization. And the Staten Island clubs are basically an example of how our areas should be functioning. The 5 clubs in Staten Island function as a unit. Their presidents meet once every month. Am I right? Yes. Staten Island guys? Yes. Okay, wait a minute. Am I right? Staten Island guys? Yes. They function as a unit. They put their weight behind this. The number of people from the South Shore Club who have registered for this conference is the highest. We have 19 people from Staten Island in the conference. So I wanted to give a plaque of recognition to the Rotary Club of South Shore, New York, Staten Island. And to accept that, I'm going to invite, I don't think John is here. John? John Manaza, please. The next club I want to recognize and acknowledge is the Rotary Club of North Shore. The president of the Rotary Club of North Shore, please step up. But Diane back this program. They gave a donation to the Snug Harbor project. They sponsored the district conference, and we have a very significant presence from them. Thank you very much. The next club I want to recognize is somebody who's not exactly close enough to New York. Thank you. As I said, when I decided the conference to be in Staten Island, we got a lot of flack. People in Westchester saying it's going to take 2 hours to drive down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is a commitment of a club that shows that 2 hours are nothing, and that is the Rotary Club of Hamilton, Bermuda. They have a huge We do not have the president of the Hamilton Club, Toby, but I believe we do have Fotos, Pastor or Dean, please. There are some very specific individuals that I want to honor and recognize for all their contributions for what they have done for the district. And the first in that line is the incoming First Lady, Veena. Veena is responsible for our Facebook page. Veena was responsible for starting the first new Rotary Club here. She's basically been around. The next individual that I want to recognize is the Rotarian of the Year. And this year, one person was the fastest governor, was the go-to person for me. If he took a responsibility, if he said he was going to do something, I didn't have to worry about it. He was the one person that would simply come up with a project, come up with a budget, come up with everything, and handle pretty much everything along. And every once in a while I get an email, he says, okay, and I'm always sure that it's fine. And it was a huge relief for me to have somebody like that to always rely upon. Rotarian of the Year, ladies and gentlemen, is Past District Governor David Del Monte. The last two that I want to recognize today are two people who have literally been they're the backbone. The first one is our district governor-elect Mahbub Ahmed. And I recognize, acknowledge with gratitude Mahbub's presence. In fact, I had difficulty putting in what I was going to put in the plot because he's been involved in pretty much everything. He's in charge of our website, and anytime of course, I talk to Mahbub for 10 times a week. Stick around, I have one more item for you. This is a personal gift. I shopped out and I thought this specifically as a district governor's personal gift to Mary Shackleton. All the people is always there. Thank you very much. now we'll have the fellowship and the dinner, and after that we will be back to hear a few verses from our esteemed and acclaimed pastors and leaders. Thank you.